I want to share with you a story that the Lubavitcher Rebbe once shared at Farbrengen. It was Yud Beis Tammuz, I think Tovshin Chav Beis, 1962. And it was a story that he heard from the Baal HaYelula, from the Baal HaYartzeit of Yud Shevat, from his father-in-law, the Rebbe Rayatz, the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe, the sixth Lubavitcher Rebbe, whose Yartzeit is today, Yud Shevat, 75th Yartzeit. So he shared in a story, actually at the Farbrengen of Yud Beis Tammuz, which is his birthday and Chag HaGeula of the Rebbe Rayatz from Stalinist prison, a story that he heard from him when he came to America. This was the summer of 1941, Tovshin Aleph. The Rebbe shared a story that he heard from his shver, his father, the Rebbe Rayatz at a Farbrengen Shabbos. I think it was Shabbos Kerech Tovshin Aleph. And it's a story that he shared about his father, the fifth Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Rebbe Rashab, whom the Rebbe Rayatz succeeded after his passing in 1920, Tov Reish Pei. The Rebbe Rayatz succeeded the Rebbe Rashab. So he shared a story about his father, that he was there, he was present. And he said that his father, the Rebbe Rashab, was once Farbrengen, was a Farbrengen. And one of the people that was there, one of the Chassidim, turned to the Rebbe Rashab. His name was Rashab, his name was Shalom Dov Ber. And the Rayatz is Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak. So this is the Rashab, so somebody was there. And he turned to the Rebbe Rashab, and he asked in Yiddish, he said, "Was is a chassid?" What does it mean to be a chassid? So the Rebbe Rashab told him, a chassid is, in Yiddish he said, a chassid is alamternshik, or lamternshik. What is that? So the Rebbe explained. A lamplighter. And he explained it in the shtetl, in the shtetlach. This is before the days that everybody had their own electricity and their own light. So you had in the city, you had what's called panas, fener. Basically, there were tall poles, and on top of them, there was a lantern. So you had a wick, and you had oil, and you needed somebody to go and ignite them. So each night there was a fellow, he was hired by the city, and he was called a panasai in Hebrew, or in Yiddish it was called a lamternshik, and he had a big stick, because it was very tall, so he had a big stick, and he had a fire burning, a torch. He had a very long torch, and he would go from lantern to lantern, and he would ignite it. That was his job. So they called him in Yiddish a lamternshik, which means a lamplighter. And he would ignite all the wicks, and that's how the city had some brightness and luminescence and light during the night. So when this person asked, "Was is a chassid?" So the Rebbe Rashab said, "Das is a chassid, a lamplighter, somebody who has a stick, a torch, and on top of it is a fire." And he said, and he knows that the fire is not his own. He said, "Evestas, the fire is nicht sein. It's not his own fire. He doesn't own the fire. He didn't create fire. It's not his fire. His job is to pass on the fire to the wick in the lantern so that it should be ignited and burn on its own." He said, that's what a chassid is. So the Rebbe said, this person didn't let go. And he said, was is oib gefindt sich in a vista? What if this lantern is in a desert? A vista is like a vist, pustun vist, toyu vavoyu. It's a desolate place. It's a desolate place. Can you still light it? So he says, of course, you have to go into the desert, into the desolate place, and ignite the lantern. And he said, and what happens then is, as the vista wird sich schämen for the lanterne, to the point that the desert feels embarrassed, feels ashamed, because it knows that it's a desert. The moment you light it, it becomes aware that it's a desert and it's a desolate place, and there's an element of shame. So the chassid continued to ask, and what happens if the lantern that's not lit is in yam, it's in the ocean, it's in the sea? What do you do then? So he said, then you have to remove your garments, and you have to jump into the sea without your clothes, and you light the lantern in the sea too. So the person tells the Rebbe Rashab, he said, Ich seh nicht keine Lanternes. I don't see any lanterns anywhere. So the Rebbe looked at him and he said, Das ist, weil du bist nicht kein Lanternes. That's because you're not a lamplighter, so therefore you don't see them. So he says to the Rebbe, so how do you become a lamplighter? So that I could see other lanterns. So he said, Anheben darf man anheben mit sich. You have to begin with yourself. Emetze was is grab, zet grabkeit umetum. If you're crass, if you're gross, if you're brute, that's what you see everywhere. You don't see lanterns. You see crassness. When you will get rid of your own grabkeit, when you'll clean yourself up, and you'll find your own light, then you'll see lanterns everywhere, and then you'll be able to ignite them. So you have to work on yourself. It says people who are refined, they see refinement everywhere. They see the potential for light everywhere. People who are in darkness, that's what they see everywhere. So this man turns to the Rebbe and says, Das is a chassid? This is really what a chassid is? The Rebbe said the Rebbe Rashab went into a meditation. He didn't answer right away. He went into a dveikus. He thought about it for a few minutes. And then he lifted up his holy head and he said, Yo, das is a chassid. This is a chassid. This was the exchange. The exchange at the Farbrengen that the Rebbe Ayat, the Balei Lula, said over. And the Rebbe, the Lubavitch Rebbe, said it over at a Farbrengen already in New York, Tovshin Chav Beis, 1962, Yud Beis Tammuz. And the Rebbe explained what the teichen of what the union of the story is, what the Rebbe Rashab was saying. He was asking, what does it mean to be a chassid? So he said, what it means a chassid is that you're a lamplighter. In other words, in every person, there's a candle that's waiting to be ignited. It says in Mishlei, Neid Hashem Nishmas Adam. The soul of a person is the light of Hashem. It's a Neid. But a Neid is a candle, but it's sometimes not ignited. The potential is there. You have a wick, you have wax, you have oil, but nobody ignites it. So it's a Neid, but it's not ignited. So the job of the lamplighter is to have his own fire, but to know that it doesn't belong to him. He's not giving the person his own fire. He's revealing the potential that exists in the person. The moment he thinks it's his own fire and I'm doing you a favor because I'm giving you my fire, you're the loser, I'm the winner, then you're not in touch with the true energy. You yourself need to be ignited. He knows it's not his fire. He has a schus. The fire doesn't belong to any person. Fire is a koyach, the power that Hashem put into the world. And he's holding on to this fire. So it's a merit, it's a privilege that he has. And he has the power to give it to somebody else to find it in themselves. But when you ignite their wick and their oil, it's not your wick, it's not your oil, it's not your fire. You're just a channel. Because anybody who's not a channel, the Rebbe said this all, if you're not a channel, if you think you own it, then then you're not really igniting them. Then you're just trying to impose yourself on them. So you have to know it's not your fire. Now this person says, but there's a desert. It's a vista. It looks like it's desolate. There's no light, no potential for light. He says, go into the desert and light the candle. What's going to happen? What's going to happen is the person will see that they're in a vista. And suddenly the vista, the midbar, will start feeling shame from the flame. Which means, here he's giving the secret of how to influence somebody. The moment the person sees their own light, they're like, what am I doing in a desert? That contrast is the most powerful form of healing, of transformation, of growth. The moment you see that you're in a desert, till I don't see I'm in a desert, I could remain in a desert and completely oblivious. The moment there's a candle burning, there's light. So suddenly you see, oh wow, this is a desolate place. Who wants to be in a desolate place? Mm-hmm. And suddenly you see the contrast between the two parts of you. There's a part of you that's a flame, that's a glow, and there's a part of me that's a midbar. A midbar, it says, Lo yoshav adam sham. An Adam doesn't live there. It's a place where there's no growth, there's no energy, there's no life, nothing is growing. La yashav Adam sham. It's not for an Adam to live there. Suddenly, when you light a fire, he said, what's the point? Let him see that there's a midbar. The moment you could see that there's a midbar, there's a desolateness, now You could say, this is not where I want to be. There's an element of shame, but this is healthy shame. Healthy. So then he comes to the Rebbe and he says, but what if the person is in a yam? In an ocean. In an ocean. So the Rebbe said this is the opposite extreme. The water represents, says, Molar is there, Hashem kamayim layom mechasim. Rabbi Akiva says in Brachas, the Jews are like fish in water. The Jews are like fish, and the water is like Torah, and the fish are in the water. That's the place of life. Kihem chayenu v'erech yameinu. And kamayim layom mechasim, the whole sea is filled with water. So he says, this is a Jew who's already learning Torah, and he's filled with Torah. Aber se finster Torah. But the Torah is not bright. The Gemara says in Maseches Yoma, the Fayim Beis, a person could learn Torah, it could be Sam Chayim, and a person could learn Torah, it could be Sam Amavis, Chas v'Shalom, it could be poison. The Torah is not alive, the Torah is not bright, there's no light in his life. He learns, and there's a lot of learning going on, there's a lot of Torah, but there's no light in his life. The Eir Hashem, the Neid Hashem Nishmas Adam is not burning. So I still have to light his minah. He says, yeah, but how do you do it? He says, for this you have to take off your clothes and jump into the sea. So the Rebbe said like this, that the pshat, what the Rebbe Rashab meant was, if you come to this person with levushim, with garments, thought, speech, action, it says in Tanya, these are garments, you're not going to affect him. He knows all the thoughts, he knows all the words. He heard all the vertlach, he was ready by Malava Malkus. He heard all the nice vertlach on the parsha, he saw all the clips, he saw all the litzanis, all the good shit. You need to take off your levushim. He says, the etzem dafnem in the etzem. Your essence have to touch his essence. It's not about levushim. Get rid of your garments and go to the core. You know, sometimes when you have to speak to somebody, if you're with your levushim, especially parents and children or parents and students, you're busy with your garments, dressing it up a certain way, you're not touching the person. You have to have the courage to strip yourself from all your garments and all your masks and all the way you're dressed up and get to the core. Because that's where you're going to get him. The Rebbe said, the Ava Atzmis, the essential love that you have, that's going to touch his etzem. It's going to touch his essence. And then you'll be able to light him up even in the yam. I forgot in the story, the Rebbe added, the person asked the Rebbe Rashab, ich kann ihm chappen bam Hals, am I allowed to grab him by his neck? Bam gargle, by his neck? He says, nein. Bam gargle nicht, bam lapel, bam lavush, yeah. You can't grab him by his neck, you can grab him by his lapel. So he said, the person was saying, if I'm jumping into the sea, so I'm sacrificing a lot, maybe I could grab him by his neck. He says, no. Anything that's going to damage his body and his soul, you don't have a right to do. By the lapel, yeah, but by the gargle, not. So the person said, das is a chassid, this is really a chassid. So the Rebbe Rashab thought about it and he said, yeah, das is a chassid. And the teichen that the Rebbe was bringing out here is that in this story is conveyed the true energy of what the Rabbeim, of what the Rebbe Rashab, the Rebbe Rayatz, the Balai Lula, the Rebbe, were trying to teach people that everybody is a lamplighter. And a lamplighter means we walk around life not just thinking my perfection, my holiness, which is also a beautiful thing, but we walk around as lamplighters to ignite people, to ignite Jews. So you might say, mi ani umani, who am I, what am I, become a lamplighter? But the truth is, it's not mi ani umani. If Hashem has given, every person has inside of them a fire, every person has inside of them love. So this is what you give. And you walk around in the nighttime and you ignite souls. Say, but this soul is in the desolate desert. He says, no, ignite it. And the desert will become aware of what's happening. You spread light, ignite light. But this is in an ocean. You can't light the fire in an ocean. It's going to be extinguished by the water. For this, jump in and swim over there and light it. But you have to know that it's not your fire. And when the person says, I can't do this, I don't see any lights, he says, that's because you're not a lamplighter. If you were really a lamplighter, you would see the potential everywhere. And this is, we said, when a person works on themselves, when a person lives with their own pneumius, when a person lives with their own light, you see the potential for light everywhere. Even in a desert, even in an ocean, even in somebody who seems so remote. He says, Aneben darf man aneben mit sich. But if I'm in a place of darkness, then I'm going to see darkness everywhere. Like the Baal Shem Tov said, other people are like a mirror. We see other people, but we're really looking at ourselves. So when I look at you, all I could see is there's nothing here. I just see negativity, I see darkness, I see despair, I see cynicism. It's because that's where I am. And because that's where I am, I'm projecting it. Of course there is that part in people. But why am I seeing that part in people? Because that's where I'm living. But when you're living in a space of light, you're a lamplighter, then you look around and you see, oh, here's a candle, here there's a candle, here there's a candle, here there's a candle. There's an expression in English, no? If you're a hammer, the whole world looks like nails. All I see is nails. Here's a nail, here's a nail. Knack, 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 knack. If you're a lamplighter, you know what you see? You see candles everywhere. You see candles. You see something else. Some people look at their children, they see candles. Some people look at their students, they see candles. Some people look at anybody they come into contact, they see candles. Why? Because they're burning. When you have a fire burning, oh, you're waiting, and it doesn't take away from your fire. You know, fire is one of those few things in the world that Alter Rebbe writes in Likkutei Torah, in Torah, the Maimarim of Chanukah. He says a moedike thing. It's gewaldige word. Alter Rebbe says in a Maimer, it's a hafladike, beautiful, beautiful word. It's one of the Maimarim of Chanukah. I don't think we actually haven't learned it, but this year I was learning it, I saw this word. I mean, I don't think we learned it in public. Alter Rebbe says, if you want to give water to the whole world, so how much water do you need? You need a lot of water. This cup of water, this bottle of water, it's very nice. So I could drink, and you could maybe drink from it. But if you want to give water to the whole world, you're going to need a lot more water than this bottle. That's how it is. If you want to give food to the whole world, you're going to need a lot of food. If you want to give apples to the whole food, or what do we have here? Tomatoes, or French fries, or macaroni, whatever we have here, the beautiful salads and lettuce and etc. You're going to need a lot to feed the whole world. The Alter Rebbe says, if you want to light up the whole world, how much fire do you need? And the answer is, you need one candle. You need one flame. That's all you need. One flame, you can light up the whole world. That's all you need. I have a flame, and then I light up your flame, and another flame, and another flame. Neir le'echad, neir le'meya, madlik, neir mineir. And it doesn't take away from the first candle. One candle can light the entire world. So how much do you need in order to light up every entire world, every single heart? You only need one candle. And that's the Eid of the Rebbe. That's the Lichtigkeit of the Baal HaYilula. It's a candle. But it's a candle that burns. And this candle that burns goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and doesn't end. And that's what the Rebbe Rashab was telling this Jew. The moment you're lit up, you'll see candles everywhere. And when you'll see candles everywhere, you'll light them up everywhere. Even if they're in a desert and even in their ocean. And if not, he said, but I don't see it. So he thought that Rebbe might say, yeah, it's a crazy world. He said, no. Your issue is you. The issue is you. It's a mirror. The issue is you. You're looking around, you're saying, my children don't care, my students don't care, nobody cares. It's a Farbrengen generation. He says, no. Du bist Farbrengen. You need the help. You're overwhelmed. You're anxious. Go into yourself. Everything is about what's happening inside of yourself. The moment you're the fire, suddenly you'll see, here's a lantern, and you see this practically. When people come with an approach of positivity, of light, of truth, of authenticity, there's a potential to light everybody up. Everybody. Since this is the Yom HaElula of the Rebbe Rayatz, whose whole life ignited souls, and not Stam. I once heard from my brother-in-law, it was a beautiful vart, and I said it over Friday night here in Shul. I said, we have a klal, Zela Umaza Asa Elikim. Everything Hashem made in the world is Zela Umaza. There's holiness, and there's a counterbalance to holiness, unholiness, and they always match each other, because that way there's choice, there's creativity. If they don't match each other, like a chess game, the two teams have to be even. If not, it's not fair. If one of them has a king and a queen and a castle and a knight and a bishop, and the other one has pawns, it's not fair. So whatever Kedusha has, Klippa Osa has it, copies it. It's a copy, but it's a fake. It's fake news, but it's a copy. And that way it's Zela Umaza. That's the way history works. The Friedrich Rebbe, the Rebbe Rayatz, who were the people who represented unholiness in his generation? It was two people, Stalin and Hitler. Stalin and Hitler were the two most evil people who lived in all of history. Who is the Le'umazah of Stalin and Hitler? The Rebbe Rayatz. So this explains to you a little bit of his Kedusha. Because we know we know the evil of these two people. Stalin on his own and Hitler on his own didn't do a bad job in terms of evil. Imagine both of them together in the same generation. And who was the Le'umazah and Kedusha for this was the Rebbe Rayatz. Tzaddik Hadar. So you could understand, I don't know if you could understand, but you could be teifes epis a little bit of what type of holiness you're talking about. This is the Kedusha. And we know that in a Yartzeit, a Yom HaYilula, so Paul Yeshua's Bekedav Ha'aretz, the Eir of the Tzaddik, is manifested in the world. And when people come together for Farbrengen and Chazer his Torah and be inspired, so it's a pidyon nefesh to the Baal HaYilula, that his whole life in the darkest of times and in the deepest darkness ignited souls and ignited a world and gave hope to the point that the last mimer that we've been learning now was Basi Lagani Achaisi Kala. It starts off, I came to my garden. Hashem says, I came back to my garden. So the Rebbe once said at a Yud Shevat Farbrengen, Tov Lamed Beis, 1972, he said it's a pella. It's a gewaldige thing that the last mimer that he gave out, and this was for the Shabbos when he passed away, he gave out the mimer for that Shabbos to learn, because it was the Yartzeit of his grandmother. So he gave out Shabbos, he gave Shabbos for that Shabbos, Yud Shevat Tov Yud, 1950, he gave a mimer to learn, and it happened to be, that was the day of his Istalkus. So he gave a mimer to learn on his Istalkus. That's why we learn it every year. So he said, what was his last message? That Hashem calls the world a garden. L'chayre, Yirmiyahu Hanavi says in Eicha, Ani hagever ra ani. I'm the man who saw all the pain. Yirmiyahu Hanavi didn't learn about the Churban Beis HaMikdash from some diary or some newspaper or even a clip. Ani hagever ra ani. He says in Eicha, in Lamentations. I saw it all. He saw the Churban. And he describes in Eicha, Eicha yashva vada da'ira basiyam. So the Rebbe said his father-in-law was Ani hagever ra ani. He saw everything. First in Stalinist Russia, where he remained alone and staged a revolution, an underground revolution against Stalin. This wasn't normal. Every normal Rav and Gadol B'Yisrael, either they escaped or everything went underground. You couldn't. You're talking about Stalinist Russia. Stalin killed more people than Hitler killed. The Rebbe Rayatz remained there, and he created a whole underground revolution that was unbelievable. The librarian of Chabad is Rabbi Shalom Ber Levin. He told me once that the Frierdiker Rebbe built 600 underground schools in Russia. Now, people to build one school in America and not have a deficit and not close it down is also a miracle. And here the government pays half, or at least a big amount. And there, in Stalin, underground, he created 600 chadarim, Talmud Torahs, yeshivas. Just imagine what this person did. And it was literally alone. Everything that exists in Russia today was all from that underground work. His Mesidus Nefesh was something that's beyond comprehension. The person you're talking about. So the Yom HaYilula of a tzaddik, like the Rebbe Rayatz, which is today the Yom HaYilula, and it's 75 years. It says about 75 years. I remember I once saw a video. There's a Yid in Yerushalayim, he's a big paisik. His name is Rabbi Kusil Farkash. He wrote many svarim in halacha. Shabbos halacha, Tarak halacha, Chalamoyed Kilchas. He's a very famous paisik. He was a Toldosaran Jew, and then he became close to the Rebbe. So his father was 75 years old. There's a video I saw, his son put up a video. He goes by for the Rebbe by dollars, with the Lubavitcher Rebbe. He tells the Rebbe that he has his 75th birthday. So it's interesting. The Rebbe looks at him and says, "Nu Avraham ben Chamesh v'shivim shana b'tzeisei mecharon." When Avraham was 75 years, he left Charon. What's Charon? So Rashi says, Charon is charoin af shel olam. Charoin af shel makom. Charon from the word anger. Charoin, right? Like charoin is anger. So it's Mecharon. It was a place of charoin af shel makom. It was the place where it made God angry. In other words, it was a corrupt place. It was a place where God was angry. It's a horrible place. V'chara af Hashem b'chem. Charoin af shel olam. It was the anger of the world. So Avraham Avinu, when he was 75 years old, he left Charon. So the Rebbe said, you're now 75 years old. You could leave Charon. You could leave Charoin af shel makom. So his grandson told me, it was unbelievable. His Zayda was in Auschwitz. And his whole life was just nightmares of Auschwitz. You know, people that were in Auschwitz saw what nobody saw. So he tells the Rebbe, it's the 75th birthday, he says, B'tseisei mecharon, it's time to leave Charon Avshal Makam. He said, after that, everything in his grandfather's life changed. Because he was dreaming, he was living with nightmares, he was holding on to it. He lost his first family. So you're living literally in horrible, horrible pain. So this is the 75th yard site. Tafshin Yud, Tafshin Pei 75 years. So B'tseisei mecharon. One of the biggest miracles of the Rebbe was that he gave the generation a psura of geula, not the trauma of the Holocaust. I always say one of the biggest things about the Rebbe that I saw was that you would think he should have been a poster boy for all the pain of Golus. Everything that they saw like everybody. They saw craziness, insanity. I watched the Rebbe for so many years. I didn't see all of that. You saw love and joy and celebration and ecstasy. It was an incredible thing. Elie Wiesel, his wife, just passed away. Her name was Marion Wiesel. Elie Wiesel was in Auschwitz and Buchenwald. I knew Elie Wiesel because he was close to my father. He was a journalist. My father was a journalist, so they were friends for many, many years. So I knew him. I knew him a little bit. Elie Wiesel was like the most famous Holocaust survivor. He won the Nobel Prize for Peace, and he was like the writer who commemorated the Holocaust. So he wrote 2 books of memoirs. So in one of the books he writes over there that he was once on Yechidus by the Rebbe, by the Lubavitcher Rebbe. And he says that at some point the Rebbe turned to him and said, you deserve a bracha. What do you want? You deserve a blessing. So he turned to the Rebbe and he said, Ich will as the Rebbe soll mir geben a bracha, ich soll kennen anheben weinen. The Rebbe should bless me, I should be able to cry again. Because since the war I can't cry. You know, what happened was the pain was so deep that they stopped crying, because if you start crying, you don't stop. So you cut off the wire, you cut off certain wires, so you should be able to survive. So there's certain emotions, you go offline, you go offline. That's how you survive. It was a survival coping mechanism. So he asked the Rebbe, he understood this, he asked the Rebbe. It's like what we said before, when you see when the candle burns, you could see that you're in a desert. He asked the Rebbe, give me a bracha, I should be able to start crying. So he said that the Rebbe looked at him, and the Rebbe nodded, and he said, yeah, aber ich will noch mehr. Ich will dir geben a bracha, aber du sollst können lachen, du sollst können singen, du sollst können tanzen. Not only you should be able to cry, that's the beginning, you should be able to laugh, you should be able to dance, you should be able to sing. That's what I want to give you a bracha. Right? That's the nekuda. At the end of Maseches Makos, right? All the Tanoim are crying. Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Nazai, Rabbi Yeshua. They see the fox coming out of Kodesh HaKadosh, and they all cry. And Rabbi Akiva Mesachik, Rabbi Akiva is laughing. And they tell him, Akiva nechamtano, Akiva nechamtano. So now, just last week, his wife passed away. She was 84 years. She was, I think, 94 years old. He passed away. Elie Wiesel passed away a few years ago. So I was reading an obituary. So I heard this from Elie Wiesel himself. He didn't want to get married. He didn't want to get married. Why didn't he want to get married? Because he said if the world allowed the Holocaust the first time, who knows what's going to happen in 80 years? Why should I bring children to the world? So they should what? They should be gassed, chas v'shalom. That's what he felt. He says, it's a crazy world. I saw what happened to my brothers, my sisters, and all the other kids. Why should I bring kids? So I'm not getting married. He'll die a single man. And he refused to get married. And who convinced him to get married? The Rebbe. He came from Sighet. He was a Vishnitzer. From the house he was a Vishnitzer. But he used to come a lot to the Rebbe. And there's a letter from the Rebbe from 1965 to Elie Wiesel. It's like a 7-page letter. It's probably one of the longest letters that I saw from the Rebbe. It's in Yiddish. It's like a 7-page letter. And the second half of the letter is about why he should get married. And he says, you're dedicating your whole life to remember Hitler. Zocher is asher asa lecha Amalek. And it's important. You have to remember what Amalek did. But more important is not to let Amalek win. And if you're not getting married, it's basically the end of the Wiesel dynasty. He said the greatest nail that you could put into Hitler's coffin is that nicht gepoilt soll sein mit noch ein Vishnitzer Chassid weniger. That Hitler wasn't successful, there should be one Vishnitzer Chassid less. So get married and build a family while you talk about the Holocaust, but create a future. That's the most powerful thing. And then he said, get married, build a family, and have children. He says, mir art nicht, als wollen sein Vishnitzer Chassidim. I don't care if your children will be Vishnitz Chassidim, I'm fine. They can say Lubavitch Chassidim. Or the Stam Yidden Shemre Torah Mitzvah. Or Stam good Jews who learn Torah and Mitzvahs. And then he writes it in. It's a very long letter, but if after Pesach you're going to get married, B'Shah Tova Mitzlachas, the long letter was Kedai. So this is a letter from 1965. He didn't want to get married. L'Poyel, he listened to the Rebbe, and he was already in his 40s, and I think in 1970 or 71 he married Marion Wiesel. So there was an obituary a few days ago, somebody sent me for him. So his wife said that the Lubavitcher Rebbe convinced him to get married, but he was hesitant, and I convinced him that it's going to be good. He's going to find love. And he got married, and I heard from him that people send for the weddings different gifts. He says the most beautiful bouquet of flowers for his wedding came from the Rebbe. The Rebbe sent the most beautiful bouquet of flowers, and a year later his son was born, the same year that I was born, and he named his son Elisha, which was for his father who was killed in Auschwitz. And he once told me that he was at my bris and my father was at his son's bris. We were born more or less the same time. But I saw now in the obituary something I didn't know, and that is Eli Wiesel, which I knew he was a free spirit. He was a hermit. He liked reading literature. He liked traveling. He wasn't into being a world personality. He liked being clandestine. Who turned him into the person he became? His wife. His wife said, you have to become a voice. And she really, trained him like a good Jewish wife. She modifies the man and molds him. And she really turned him into a voice of tremendous Kiddush Hashem. And he won the Nobel Prize, and he became the most famous Holocaust survivor, and he became like a voice of conscience and of justice and righteousness. He would speak up in the whole world about these things, about hatred and replacing hatred with love. So then I realized that when the Rebbe was encouraging him to get married, it wasn't just for his own life. Really, he became who he became because of his wife. It was fascinating. So this is what the Rebbe told him. I don't want to only teach you how to cry. I want to teach you how to be able to laugh, how to be able to dance. Now to think about this, that after such churban, to be able to understand, that the message of the future of the Jewish people is not a future of despair and of krechzing and more krechzing and more krechzing, but it's a message of geula. That was the uniqueness. When the Rebbe took over Yud Shevat, Tovshin Yud, 1950, the Jewish world was licking its wounds. It's 5 years after Auschwitz. What do we have left? So everybody was trying to rebuild here. The Rebbe came out, his first Maimon, and he said, this is the Doid HaShvi, we're going to bring the Shechina back to the world, and we're going to bring the Geula. It was a whole different Indian. It was, where does a person get this from? It's a different Oid. It was a Oid HaGeula, it was the Oid of Mashiach. It's a different Oid. And it revived the whole generation. Literally, the whole generation got a different confidence because of this. I always tell people, I say, when you want to understand the Lubavitcher Rebbe, you can't understand it from Lubavitch. Lubavitch is one part of it. Look at the whole Jewish world and you'll understand. The pride, the dignity, the confidence, the breitkeit, ufaratzta yama v'keidma v'tzafayna v'negba. During those years, this was the confidence that the Rebbe infused into the generation. So the bottom line is that when you're full of light, you see light everywhere. You see light everywhere and you ignite it everywhere. So he said, this is what a chassid is. A chassid walks around with a torch. And the first person he ignites is himself. And he knows that it's not his own fire. There's people, they walk around, they light everybody up as long as you know that it's my fire, you're lighting. That means they don't even believe in their own fire. If they would really believe in their own fire, they wouldn't have to take credit for it. You understand what I'm saying? When you're really connected to the true light, you don't have to take credit for it. Fakert, the greatest credit is that you're just a channel. And when you ignite the fire in people, you let them shine, it's an incredible thing. So today is a time to take the torch and light it up in yourself. And then when you walk around, here's a candle, here's a candle, here's a candle, here's a candle, here's a candle. And you light your presence. Your presence lights up souls. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Rabbi Avram. ba 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 ya ya ba ya ba ba ya ba ya na ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya There's a beautiful story that the Rebbe once shared, Lubavitcher Rebbe once shared at Farbrengen of Yud Shevat. Yud Shevat Tovshin Tezayin. I wasn't born yet, but I heard it on a tape. I heard it on a recording. It's a story he said that he heard from his father-in-law, the Baal HaYilula, the Baal HaYartze, the Rebbe Rayatz. And he gave the date. It was Beis Tammuz Tofresh Tzadik Beis in Poland, 1932. And he told a story then that the Alter Rebbe, the Baal HaTanya, the founder of Chassidus Chabad, so his son, one of his sons was, of course, the Mittler Rebbe, Rabbeinu Dov Ber, who later succeeded the Alter Rebbe. He's known as the Mittler Rebbe, Admur HaEmtzoi. When he was a child, the Alter Rebbe wanted to get a Melamed, a teacher, to teach him. So the Alter Rebbe called in a young man who he felt was qualified to mentor and educate his child. This is a little child, as a little child. So now usually how would we hire somebody? We would say, I want to hire you to be a teacher and, I'll pay you. How did Alter Rebbe say it? Alter Rebbe said, let's say, he says, I have a mitzvah v'shinantam levanach. I have a mitzvah, it says in Kriya Shema, you should teach your child. Du hast a mitzvah, she'ere ksusa lo yigra. Du hast a mitzvah mefarne sein, the Weib und the Kinder. You have a mitzvah to support your wife and children. It's a mitzvah. It's a mitzvah on a husband. Not every husband knows this, but it's a mitzvah on a husband. It's kedai to be mefarsa. That there's a mitzvah, right? What do they say? They say one of the zgulas of parnasa is to get a job. It's one of the zgulas, not the only zgula, but it's one of the zgulas of parnasa. Sheishes Yomim Tava, it steht in Mechilte zu Mitzvahs Aseh. This is just in parentheses. The Alter Rebbe said, I have a mitzvah to teach my child. You have a mitzvah to support your wife and children. Lamme sich verbeiten a mitzvah mit a mitzvah. Let's exchange our mitzvahs. You will teach my child, and I'll support your wife and child. Your wife and children. That's how he said the proposal. Lamme sich beiten a mitzvah mit a mitzvah. You're going to do my mitzvah, and I'll do your mitzvah. In other words, I'll pay you. So when the Rebbe said the story, he said, Weiss sich aus, a der junge Mann ist gewesen a kluger. It seems like the guy wasn't only a good teacher, but he was also wise. He was very smart. So he turns to the Alter Rebbe and he said, he understood it's an opportunity. He said, it's not a fair exchange. You're part of the deal. It's very clear what you have to do. You got to pay money to support my wife and children. But my part of the deal, you want me to educate your child? Darf man doch wissen wie. You want me to educate your child? You have to know how. How am I supposed to know how? It's not a simple thing. So the Alter Rebbe told him, Heben hebt men on mit Aleph base. You start off, how do you teach a child? You teach Aleph base. Mittler Rebbe was a little kid. He says, an Aleph base, what's the first letter of Aleph base? The first letter of Aleph base is Aleph. So Heben hebt men on mit an Aleph. You start off, all chinuch, you start off with Aleph. Was is an Aleph? What's an Aleph? Now the Rebbe said this. When the Alter Rebbe would speak, he would always speak with a niggin. He didn't stam speak. He spoke with a melody. The Rebbe said, when my father-in-law said over the story that he heard from his father, heard from the Tzemach Tzedek, heard all the way back, he said it over with the niggin that the Alter Rebbe said it to this person. And the Rebbe at the Farbrengen said it over with the same niggin. So he said it over in the niggin that the Alter Rebbe said it to this person who he wanted to teach the Mittler Rebbe. And when the Rebbe said it over, he said, Was is an Aleph? Was is an Aleph? And he stopped, and he got very, very emotional. And so he repeated Alter Rebbe's words, and the Rebbe's own niggin also changed. You can hear on the tape that his own voice changed. So Alter Rebbe tells him, Was is an Aleph? Apin telefon eben. Apin telefon unten, dos is an Aleph. A Yud von eben, a Yud von unten, a Kaf von jeder Shamayim beemza, dos is an Aleph. In other words, if you look at an Aleph, what does an Aleph look like? There's a Yud on top, there's a Yud on the bottom, and then there's a line in between that connects the two Yuds. So the Alter Rebbe said, you want to teach my child, this is what I want you to teach him. Aleph. A Yud von Eben, a Yud von unten, und a Kaf von Yer Shamayim beemtza. Das is an Aleph. In other words, the whole thing I want you to teach him is, there's a Yud on top. That's Hashem. There's a Yud on the bottom, a Yid. That's a Jew. And the two need to become one. And that's the kav, the line in the middle of Yer Shamayim, fear of heaven, awe of heaven, that connects the Yud on top and the Yud on the bottom. And the Rebbe explained even deeper. A Yud is only a nekuda. It's the smallest letter. It's a seminal point. It's a Yud. Why does that represent Hashem? Because as much as a person understands and comprehends, it's only a Yud. It's only a nekuda. L'gabe the truth, which is infinity. How do you grasp infinity? Anything we grasp of infinity is only a little seminal point of infinity. So there's a recognition that Ein Sof, you only grasp, as much as you grasp of it, it's only a Yud, it's only a Nekuda. It's a little condensed version. And that creates a Yud on the bottom, which was the Yud on the bottom is the bittul. The person becomes a Yud. The person condenses themselves into a Yud, into the frequency of vulnerability and surrender and bittul, to be able to be teufes the Yud above. So it's all about a Yud. And this is what this is what I want my child, this is what I want you to teach my child, this is how you should start. This is an Aleph. Parentheses, there's another story, it's a very interesting story, it's a powerful, very deep story. And when you hear the first story, I think it gives a whole new geschmack to the second story. Everybody knows, everybody heard in Poland, there was the Kotzke Rebbe. Menachem Mendel of Kotsk. His last name was Morgenstern. Menachem Mendel Morgenstern. They call him the Kotzke Rebbe. So he was already a legend in his lifetime. The Kotzker Rebbe, he was born and he was raised in a city in Poland called Tomaszów. They called him Reb Mendele Tomaszover. Later they called him Reb Mendele of Kotsk because he moved to Kotsk, and that's where he was a famous leader. But his youth was in a place called Tomaszów. Called Reb Mendele Tomaszover. Once, when he was already a big Rebbe and a distinguished master, he went back to his youth, to the place where he was born and he grew up, and he went to Tomaszów. So because of who he was, all the chashava people, all the distinguished people wanted him to stay at their home, to host him. And they all extended an invitation. You have a beautiful home, you could stay with your people, and you'll have everything you need. So he said he wants to stay by his Melamed of Aleph Beis, the one who taught him Aleph Beis. The problem was that Yid was a Jacobson. He barely had a home. It was a tiny little home. It was caved in. It was destroyed. It wasn't a place for a big Rebbe to stay. But he rejected all the other invitations, and he went to the person, the Melamed, who taught him Aleph Beis when he was a little kid, when he was a baby. I don't know if he was 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old. He went to. So all the Chashav Gvidim, all the wealthy Jews were very insulted. They're like, why do you do this? They asked him later, why did you want to stay by this person? So you know what he answered? It's very deep. He said, the only thing I have clear in life is Aleph Beis. And that's he taught me. That's the only thing I have clear in life. After that, everything was confusing. Everything was already confusing. The only thing Chabarois and Leben Klar was from this teacher. He taught me Aleph Beis, Gimel Daled Hey. It was a few days ago. I was traveling with Rabbi Waxman, Rabbi Ephraim Waxman, Shlita. So he said that he heard the story a little different. It's similar. He said the Kotzker Rebbe said the einzige Zach was sich weiß is emes is Aleph Beis. The only thing that's true, what this guy taught me, is Aleph Beis. After that, I don't know what they sold me, what they didn't sell me. He said the only thing I know for sure is emes is the Aleph Beis. So I went back there. That's the place where I learned the truth and what I know. After that, yeah, this is what the Kotzker Rebbe said. The story with Alter Rebbe, it gives a whole different, it explains to us what it is. Was is an Aleph? Was is an Aleph? A Pintele von neben, a Pintele von unten, das ist an Aleph. A Yud von neben, a Yud von unten, a Kaf von Yerushalayim be'emtza, das ist an Aleph. The Kotzker Rebbe said, this I had clear. After that, everything becomes, sophisticated, and I don't know what's true, what I understand, what I don't understand. But what he was conveying, what the story conveys, is something very, very simple, but also very profound. This Alter Rebbe was telling this teacher, what I want you to give my child. What I want you to give my child is the essence. And the essence is expressed in the Yud von Oben und the Yud von unten und the Kaf von Yerushalayim be'emtza, das ist an Aleph. That's the Aleph. After that, it's all, Kotzker Rebbe said, after that, I don't know really. It's very confusing. Once that's finished, ich weiß nicht. And it's so true in life, because it's always about coming back to the Aleph, to that pure simplicity in the most essential level that the child gets. When the Rebbe said over this story, and he started to quote Alter Rebbe's words, you can hear it on the tape, he started to cry very heavily. Years ago, my children were small, and this was still the days of a tape recorder. I don't know how many of you remember a tape recorder. It's still alive. There's still a few people. But when I grew up, and those of you who are my age know, a tape recorder, that's how you listen to something. You took a tape, and it had ribbons, and if the ribbons came out, you had to sit with your finger and go like this for 3 hours, and you made it even worse. And you put it in, you press play, and you heard the tape. So I had a tape recorder in my house. And I had all the tapes of the recordings of the Rebbe's Farbrengens from 1951 till 1992. It was 1,400 tapes. And around. Albums. I had albums all over in my house. I lived on New York Avenue in Crown Heights. And then, suddenly one day, came out a little tzatzke and I couldn't believe that 1,400 tapes that I paid a lot of money for, it's all on one little tzatzke. So because of my nostalgia, I couldn't get rid of it, even though it didn't make sense, because it took up a half a room. But I couldn't be so humble to accept that this little drive, this little tzatzke has everything. I just couldn't accept it. So maybe I left it. People said, "What? It's just occupying space." I left it. But the truth is, a few years later, Rabbi was put into prison. Then I saw somebody said the only thing they allow him to listen to in prison are old tapes. And he's looking for anybody who has tapes of the Rebbe. So I took all my 1,400 tapes and I shipped it off to prison, to Shalom Mordechai Rabashkin. And that's what he could listen to. So I was happy I didn't get rid of them. That's in parentheses, but why am I telling you about the tapes? So at night, I used to play this story of the Rebbe, of the Alter Rebbe, to my children when they were little kids. They should hear what the Alter Rebbe told the Mittler Rebbe's teacher, what he wants the children to know. I used to play it for them. So once, one of my boys, he was a little kid. His name is Shnei Zalman. He's named after the Alter Rebbe. So he listened to it. So then I said, Shnei Zalman, I want to ask you a question. Why do you think the Rebbe is crying? It's not a sad story. Why do you think the Rebbe is crying when he tells the story? It's a beautiful story. Was is an Aleph? Apin telefon eben, apin telefon unten. Why is the Rebbe sobbing? A Yud von eben, a Yud von unten, a Kaf von Yerushalayim dem tzadosel. Why do you think the Rebbe is sobbing? So he told me, he was like, 5 years old, 6 years old. He said the Rebbe is crying that you need a kav in the middle to connect them. Really, they're one. Why should you have to connect them? So he's crying over the fact that you have to connect them. The fact that they have to be connected through a line, that's what's making him cry. So I heard this, and I remembered another story. In Derech Mitzvah Sechet, there's a story that Tzemach Tzedek brings, that the Bisral of Ruzhin was 8 years old or 9 years. He was a little baby. He was a little kid. And the Bisral of Ruzhin was a yasim. He was an orphan. And Alter Rebbe was once traveling through a city. So the almana, the widow, the mother of Bisral Ruzhin, took him, and he lifted him up to the wagon to get a bracha from the Alter Rebbe. So he turns to the Alter Rebbe and he says he wants to ask a question. So he said, his question, you know what his question was? His question was, Eib mezagt Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Is wie kann man sagen, v'ahavta, you should love. There's no you to love. If Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, so there's only Hashem, so where's the you to love? That was his question. The Alter Rebbe went into Advekus. He said, weil in mitten sagt man Baruch Shem Kveid Malchus Elolam Vat. In the middle you say Baruch Shem. And the Alter Rebbe said, 30 Jahre Chassidim haben nicht gefragt, was ein 8-jähriger Engel fragt. This is 8-year-old boy asks what the Chassidim don't ask. What's the pshat? The Bisol of Ruzhin was saying, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. So there's Achdus. Einoid Malvade. So what's you should love? Who's the you? So the Rebbe said, you're right, but in the middle we say Baruch Shem. Baruch Shem is Yichud Tata. Shema Yisrael is Yichud. It says in Zohar. Shema Yisrael is Yichud Elah. Baruch Shem is Yichud Tata. Because there's Yichud Tata, so you could say V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. You should love. Or as we've been learning the union of Tzimtzum. It's at the Tzimtzum, you could say V'ahavta. Takim it's at Shema Yisrael. There's no V'ahavta. It's at Baruch Shem. The Mishnah says in Pesachim, Anshe Yericha Yokarchin es Shman. Yericha, they wanted to sandwich Shman. They wanted to get rid of Baruch Shem. They wanted from Shema Yisrael to go into V'ahavta. V'lo Yehoidu Lehem Chachamim. The Chachamim wanted Baruch Shem. So I told my wife that. I said, this is Mamish, this is Meises of Bisol Ruzhin. Bisol Ruzhin said, what's V'ahavta? What's the Yud von unten, the Yud von oben? It's a kav in the middle. What do you need? What do you need a kav? It's a kol echad. Yeah. I want you to understand the sensitivity of our children. This is the sensitivity of our children. He understood. I wouldn't have even thought of that. The Rebbe was crying because you need a kav to connect the Yud and the Yud. To connect one Yud to another Yud, you need a line in the middle, an Aleph in the middle. That's Yichud Tatam. It's Yichud Allah. What are you? You don't need a kav in the middle. You don't need a kav in the middle. But since we live in this world, and you could feel separate, and you can experience separateness, so the whole inyan of the Aleph is the kav, the line that connects the one Yud to the other Yud. So what does this mean in our life? In our life, it means that everything begins with an Aleph. Everything begins with connection. Everything begins with dveikus. Everything begins with a relationship right here, right now. When the Rebbe said over the story that I said earlier about the Rebbe Rashab with the lamplighter, that the person said, I don't see lamps. So he said, it's because you're not a lamplighter, and you have to clean yourself out. So the Rebbe said it doesn't necessarily mean in a coarse way. Sometimes it's a very subtle thing. An interesting example that Rebbe gave, that sometimes a person is davening or doing a mitzvah or learning Torah, and he's thinking to himself, it would be nice if somebody notices what I'm doing. And then it'll become a chashuva thing. Like there was somebody once said, the best feeling in life is to do something anonymously and then somebody finds out. And it's a very subtle thing. Nobody knows what I'm thinking. But it's interesting. This was what the Rebbe chapped on, because what does this mean? This means you don't believe in your real connection. What is the feeling in me that somebody has to see me? It means you don't believe in the power of your own connection. You don't believe in it. It's like you're davening, you're crying, you're connecting. It would be nice if somebody could see it. Of course, to inspire them, not for any other reason, but they'll be inspired. What does that mean? It means that the connection is not so powerful that itself is a tachlis. What do you need? The intimacy, this itself. No, it's not. People think, it's because they're looking for validation. It's really because they have no validation. If you would believe in your own dveikus, that's the best thing that happened. What else do you want? What can be more validation than that the Hashem himself, the creator of the world, is standing right here and like, yeah, amazing, thank you, wow. There was once a Farbrengen, this is Tavshin Pei Hey, so Nun Mem Hey, Nun Hey Samach Hey, 40 years ago, Yud Shevat, Tavshin Mem Hey. Yud Shevat is coming this week, so it's Geschmack Wort. So the Rebbe said at the Farbrengen, I think it was the first Sikha, the second Sikha, the Lubavitch Rebbe is Farbrengen Yud Shevat. So he said Azavort. He said Yud Shevat, what do we do Yud Shevat? On the 15th of Shvat. When is Yud Shevat? It's Thursday, this Thursday. So the minik Yud Shevat is Rosh Hashanah Li'Ilanis. It's Rosh Hashanah for trees. So we celebrate the Shiva Minim Shenashtabcha B'Em Eretz Yisrael, the 7 species with which Eretz Yisrael was praised. And therefore we eat fruits. You eat grapes, you eat figs, you eat dates, you eat pomegranates. The minim shenashtabcha b'Em Eretz Yisrael. Gefen, Te'ena, Rimen, Zeis, Shemen, Dvash. So l'cha'ira, the first 2 are chita sa'ira, wheat and barley. So the minik Yud Shevat should be, the first is to eat bread, to eat mezainis, to eat ragalach, whatever. But that's not the minik. The minik Yud Shevat is to eat after the peiros, the fruits. Not the chita sa'ira, even though it's minim shenashtabcha b'Em Eretz Yisrael. So he said there's a lesson here. What's the lesson? Grain, tvua, is something that you need. It's a necessity. Lechem, levav, eneshisa, right? Especially in the ancient world, bread is what people ate in order to survive. Fruits are a delicacy. You don't need fruits to survive. It's a delicacy. It's kinuach sud, it's dessert. Like we say in the bracha, the Torah writes, the first is you created that which they need to live. To give them pleasure, which is fruits and delicacies, etc. So Yud Shevat is Rosh Hashanah Li'Ilanis. What do you focus on? You focus on the delicacies, on the special treats that we eat, not for survival but for pleasure. So he says, there's a deep lesson here. Rosh Hashanah Leilanis is the Rosh Hashanah of trees. That means you're just starting off. The tree is just starting off. Because that's the time when the sap comes into the tree, even though now, if you look at the trees this Thursday, you look at the snow tonight, it doesn't look like this is Rosh Hashanah Leilanis. There's nothing happening on the trees. But what's happening is beneath the surface. The tree is being recreated, it's getting its sap, its energy, then in the spring, it's all going to come out. So it's Rosh Hashanah Leilanis. So l'chayre, ha'adam eitz hasada. A person is compared to a tree. You're starting Rosh Hashanah Leilanis. You're just starting your growth. In other words, you left from doimim and you became a tzemeach. From an inanimate matter, you went into a world of tzemeach. So what's the first thing you should focus on? The first thing you should focus on is necessity. So he says, no, Rosh Hashanah Leilanis, what's the first thing you focus on? Tainug, on pleasure. On the fruits that are delicious. L'chayre, you're just starting off. From a doimim, you became a tzemeach. So your focus should be necessity. Do Yiddishkeit, Torah, mitzvahs as much as you need to do to be Yaitza. Say no, right away start off with Ava B'Tanugim. Start off right away with bliss, with paydas, with pleasure. And he said a person wakes up in the morning, they could say, I'll just do my obligation. I'll eat bread. In other words, I'll do what's necessary to fulfill my obligation. He says, no, right away to Shoshana Leilanis, you start off with Ava B'Tanugim, with bliss. He says, why am I demanding for myself such high levels? He says, when a person wakes up and they remember that Hashem is standing there and he's waiting for the person's Maida Ani. So what's a greater tainug than that? What's a greater tainug? What's a greater bliss in life? That the creator of all the worlds, who's infinite, beyond infinite, he's here to listen to your Maida Ani, to your gratefulness, to your gratitude that I have a soul, that I have another day. The moment I'm asking, maybe somebody's going to see me, maybe somebody's going to see my advekas, what does it mean? It means I am so valueless in my own eyes. The only way I can have value is if it's on WhatsApp. Or at least if there's a picture, so there's a potential WhatsApp. In 1962, it's before WhatsApp, but the Rebbe was describing a person, we sometimes think a person, you're looking for recognition, you're looking for validation, you're looking for covet. It just means, you wanna become somebody. No, it means it means I feel I'm nobody. And if you'll know about my davening, Amam Avodas Hashem, there'll be somebody. So that's it's the most desperate situation. It's really a form of emotional death. The person is so detached, Nabach. I'm so not in touch with my own life force and energy that I need to borrow other people's life force and energy. To realize that your own dveikus, your own experience, your own Aleph, that's more powerful than anything else. That's the light inside of you. I think I once said this at one of my shiurim. I probably said it. If I was thinking about it, so it probably came out at some point. I don't remember, but I probably said it. The chevra who come to the shiurim will probably remember if I said it. You don't even know what I'm saying yet. There was a yid who once told me, he's close to me and he's a mentor of mine and a good friend of mine and a very special, very authentic person. So he once told me something very powerful. It was really just a few months ago in the summer, I think it was. I was talking to him on the phone and he said something very, very poignant and so real. And he said as follows. He said, even if your ego, your yeshus, your ego, decides that it wants you to become the most spiritually powerful person in the world. And you shouldn't have on a video, you shouldn't have 1,000 views or 5,000 views or 10,000 views or even 1.5 million views. But you should have 7 billion views. Now there's no 7 billion people who have YouTube, right? But theoretically, 7 billion, in other words, every person in the world, how many people are there? 8 billion already, 8.5 billion. Every person watched the clip. It's pretty good. Yeah, even Trump doesn't have that. And his hasagas are big. Yeah. So your ego wants that every person should know, and you should be influenced, and imagine that you're even successful with this fantasia, with this dimyan. You're even successful, and you reach that level of power and influence and fame, etc. He says, even if I want you to know that doesn't even scratch the surface of your true greatness. Whatever your ego imagines for you, it doesn't even scratch the surface of your true greatness, that you're a chelik elokam, that you're a part of Ein Sof. Because what's all that greatness, Lagabe Hashem? It's like a joke. It's a tip. It's not even a drop from the Atlantic Ocean. So even if whatever your ego imagines for your greatness, it doesn't scratch the surface of who you really are. That's the union of Dveikus. Dveikus is not pshat. It doesn't even scratch the surface. It's like reducing a tree. It's like reducing a tree to the fruit that comes out of it. The true fruit was very nice. We appreciate the peach, and we appreciate the fig, and we appreciate the orange, and we appreciate the apple. But imagine you define the whole tree by the apple. The tree has so much more. The tree produced this apple. The tree is going to produce another 1,000 apples. The tree is going to live another 1,000 years producing I don't know how many apples. And then you reduce the whole tree to the apple. Do we appreciate the apple? We appreciate the apple. So as much as people appreciate and gain, it's beautiful, but don't reduce dveikus to that. So the Rebbe said, the lamplighter begins, the Rebbe Rashab was telling him, you have to be a light, you have to be a flame. It's all internal. And then automatically you'll see lights everywhere. And that's the Aleph. The Aleph is that the dveikus is bepnimius. It's all bepnimius. It doesn't need anybody's validation in the world. But when I'm living in a wounded soul, when I'm living in not a wounded soul, but a wounded body and a wounded psyche, so then maybe you'll see, maybe he'll see, maybe my wife will see, maybe my child will see. It'd be even better if a stranger sees, especially if it's an influencer with WhatsApp. But this is all coming from a desperation of a complete lack of connection with your own life force and energy. And that's Aleph. Aleph is when the Yud connects to the other Yud, and there's that line of Yud, and that's what Yiras Shamayim is. Yiras Shamayim is not fear of heaven, so that everybody should be afraid. It's the structure of life that the Yud should be able to be one with the Yud. And the Alter Rebbe says, this is what every child needs. This is what a child needs. The moment that you can give this to a child, they won't need other stuff. The moment you can give them this sense of attachment of dveikus with themselves, with their life force and energy, they won't be looking for anything else. They're good. Das is an Aleph. So the Kotzker Rebbe said, it's the only thing that was ever true that anybody taught me. The only thing that anybody taught me that was true was that. So I went back to the place where I learned that. Everything else became confusing. In other words, when Yiddishkeit is divorced from this, it's just we're selling things. You're selling. Stop with the words. If you can experience this, das is das. Now you're going to ask me a question. So how do you experience this? How do you go back to the Aleph? Okay, auf dem darf man Farbrengen. Auf dem darf man lernen Chassidus, Farbrengen. Good. That's a good question. That's a good question. But that's what it is. It's the heartbeat of life. It's being fully present in dveikus. Right? That's what the Baal Shem Tov taught. The Baal Shem Tov taught this moment is the greatest moment. This place is the greatest place. You're never going to be in a better moment. You're never going to be in a greater place. We learned on Friday about Tzimtzum Shalei Kipshuta. The Rebbe writes, what's Tzimtzum Shalei Kipshuta? That you're the Kohen Gadol right now in Kodesh HaKadosh. You're Reb Shimon ben Yochai right now by the Idra. You're the Bakiva right now by the Ma'aseh Merkava. You're with Moshe Rabbeinu right now by Eis Matan Torah. You'll say, give me a break. Es nicht Matan Torah, es nicht Ma'aseh Merkava, es nicht kein Idra, es nicht kein Arizal, es nicht kein Baal Shem Tov. I'm just eating some pasta or salad. The power of Moshe Rabbeinu and Matan Torah, Bakiva, Ma'aseh Merkava was not that somebody took a picture of it. That wasn't the power. Fakert. It was okay. It would be nice to have a picture of Matan Torah. I don't know if somebody would record Matan Torah. I don't know what it would sound like. It would be blank, the tape. I'm not sure. Huh? I'm not sure the camera would pick it up. Huh? I'm not sure that it would be recorded on the tape. If there was a video by Matan Torah, what would the video show? Huh? What does it look like to experience God? And I'm not sure the MP3 would detect that. You understand? Because you know in yourself, when you get closer to these experiences, it's not something that's recorded. Kald Momadaka, yeah. How is a Kald Momadaka recorded? It's not recorded. It's experience, it's not recorded. Say, but we live in a world of recordings. That's true. But don't reduce your experience to the recording. You live in a world of recordings, so you record what you could record. But lo yish dvarim anaychi. It's not about recordings. And when I mean recordings, I'm not only talking about a mic and a tape recorder, we're talking about internally, the internal experience. The internal experience is infinitely greater than what any validation of it will define. And the moment I doubt that, it's only because of how detached I am from the force. Because I'm detached from the life force and energy, so all I have is your validation, your validation, your validation, your validation. That's what this person was saying. You understand what I'm talking about? L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Was? Du kannst gewinnen, die einzige Sache, was du gewinnen ist. Chaim, Chaim. I don't want to interrupt the niggin. Kol bali asher yotzim b'shev and emshachim b'shev l'chaim l'chaim. Huh? Ein lang niggin, yeah. Vani eftach boch. I heard a story from Reb Moshe Weinberger, Shlita from the 5 towns from Eish Kodesh. Ah? 2 weeks ago, yeah. Mamash 2 weeks ago, yeah. Very, very powerful, very moving, deep story. Reb Moshe Leib Sossever was one of the students of the Maggid of Mezrich. His yard site was recently, I think, Yud Shevat. And he's one of the great tzaddikim of the generation. Sossev is a city in Poland. So the Moshe Leib of Sossev, he once married off an orphan, a chassan and a kala, a groom and a bride who were both orphans and didn't have family. And he arranged, which he often did, he arranged for the wedding and he got the money to be able to make for the meal. And he hired also a klezmer, what they called klezmer, klezemer, right? A band to be able to be mesameach, to bring joy at the wedding. And they played, and at some point they played a beautiful, beautiful melody. And it was really stunning, exquisite. You know, the language of the angels. And he was so moved when they finished playing this melody, he said, you know, I would really love if this melody could be played at my levaya, at my funeral. It's so powerful. Okay. And life moved on, as they say. Years and years passed. The wedding was over. Years passed. The klezmer, they came from different towns. You know how it was with klezmer. They would come from different towns. And everybody moved on. They went back home. And decades passed. Everybody already became older and older. And they have also scattered, bands. When they're young, you're together, you play. It's like it happens often. And then everybody moves on with life, They grow up in one way or another. Either they get older, they get younger, more mature, less mature, whatever. But that's how life works. People move on. And this klezmer band has dismantled that, everybody went back to their own life. And many, many years or decades actually have passed. One morning, each member of the band felt an urge to go to Sosov, to go back to Sosov, where they came from, where they spent time. And everybody on their own, they just felt they want to go back to the city of Sosov. So they started to travel. And when they came to Sosov, they see that there's a huge crowd. And they asked, what's happening? And they said, he didn't hear that Moshe Leib Sosov had passed away. And this is the Levaya. And then they remembered that he asked that the song that they played at the wedding decades ago should be played at his funeral, and suddenly they saw everybody was there, the whole klezmer was there. So the story is that at his Levaya, they played the niggin that they played years ago at the wedding. That's the Maisa. This is the Maisa. Huh? Yeah. It's a different. There's different versions of the story. That they were going to a wedding and the horses took them to Sosov. Yeah. What's really the point here? The point is that he planted a seed in their hearts. He planted a seed years ago, and the right time. Their hearts took them to the right place. And they all came together, and each musician knew where to go to Sosov and to play that song. There's two types of influence. There's influence where you influence people right here, right now, and they're under your influence, and you can influence them. But that's short-lived. The real influence is you plant a seed. There's a song, somebody once said, what's the definition of love? The definition of love is learning the song in the other person's heart and singing it to them when they forget it. You plant a song inside of them. And in the right time, the musicians are moved to come to the right place and to play that song. That's a different type of hashpah. That's a different type of influence. It's one that permeates and penetrates to the core, and it emerges in the right time. A few weeks ago, I was in Eretz Yisrael with a whole group of teachers and mashpiyim and Kabbalists and mystics and teachers of Kabbalah and Chassidus. So I was speaking at Shalosh Shudas. So I said, I shared with them a word from the Noam Elimelech. The Rebbe Elimelech of Lezhensk, he says, it was Parshas Va'era 2 weeks ago. So he says as follows: Hashem tells Moshe that you're going to come to Parai. Parai is going to say to you, Moshe and Aaron, Tnu lachem moifes. Make for yourself a wonder. I want to see, what you're worth. So you should throw down your stick. Aaron should throw down his stick. Vayhi l'sanan, will become a serpent. And that's what happens. So Aaron throws down his stick, and it becomes a snake. And then Parai tells all of his chevra, you do the same thing. And they also throw down their sticks, and it becomes snakes. And then Aaron's stick swallows their sticks. But it says, Vayichazik leiv Parai. Hashem strengthens the heart of Parai, and he remains stubborn. He's not moved. So the Noam Elimelech asks a question. He says the words that Hashem puts into Parai's mouth is, Parai says, Tnu lachem moifes. Make a moifes for yourselves. That's not what the point. Parai is saying, Tnu li moifes. Impress me. Blow me away. Not Tnu lachem moifes. Tnu li moifes, or tnu lanu moifes. Yeah. Or tnu moifes. Make up some, not tnu lachem moifes. He doesn't need Moshe and Aaron to make a moifes for themselves in their bedroom. He wants tnu li, impress me, blow me away. He says, tnu lachem moifes. Make a moifes for yourselves. It's an interesting question. Then he asks another question. Why vayichazek leif paroi? He didn't have to strengthen. Since the Pare's people did exactly what they did, so there was nothing impressive. They also did it. So of course, he wasn't moved. So the Noam Elimelech says as follows. He says, Pare, this is Hashem quoting Pare. Tnu lechem moifes. Pare was saying something very deep. Pare knew how kishuf works. He knew how magic works. It's a skill. People who have a skill, they know how to manipulate and exploit the system, and they can create kishuf. Yeah. Pare said, Tnu lachem moifes. I want you to make a moifes that for you guys it should be a moifes. You should be blown away. You know, when a guy does a puppet show or does magic tricks, right? He doesn't come home to his wife and he says, ooh, did I do tricks today? It's all a game. It was just, the kids are wow, 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 wow. You know, all the people that make tricks, he's not impressed by his tricks. He knows it. He doesn't come home and say, wow. So Pare said, I know how the mechashvim work. It's a skill. Tnu lachem moifes. I don't want it to be a miracle for me. I want it to be a miracle for you. I want you guys to be blown away by the miracle. That means it's not kishuf. How are you blown away by the miracle? If you're tuning into the Dvar Hashem, if you're tuning into the divine energy, the Ein Sof that's coming through, and that's going to be the moifes, then it's lachem moifes. Then you're going to go like, wow. Wow, this is pretty incredible. He says, all my mechashvim, everybody else is blown away. They're not blown away. It's just another game. They know the game. It's just how you do it. It's not a big deal. It's a moifes for everybody else. It's not a moifes for themselves. Let's see, Tnu lachem moifes. And because it was that moifes, so therefore vayichazek leif Pare. Pare saw that it's a different inyan, and therefore he had to become stubborn, because on his own he would have realized that he knew that it was something different. So the Noam Elimelech says that this is also true with all people who communicate Yiddishkeit. Teachers, Rosh Yeshivas, Rebbes, Mashpiyim, Mechanchim, parents, wherever any person who's communication. He says communication, there's two types. You give a beautiful presentation, everybody else, wow, wow, wow. He says, that's nothing. Tnu lachem moifes. Were you blown away by the presentation? If it was just manipulation, if it was just theatrics, if it was an act, the actor doesn't go home and say, wow, it was amazing. He did it yesterday, he's going to do it today, he's going to do it tomorrow. How many times can you get impressed? He says, Tnu lachem moifes. Do you come home and say, and then the Noam Elimelech says, the one who needs to be most inspired by your speech is you. Because if you're a channel, then you're blown away more than anybody else. It's like, wow, that was amazing. My life was changed. That means it wasn't just your ego manipulating the information to be able to make a presentation. And he says, that's pshat in Tehillim. It says in Tehillim in Kapitel Mem, David HaMelech says like this, Bisarti tzedek b'kol rav, sfasai loy echla. Literally it means, I have told the news, bisarti, I have given the psura of justice b'kol rav in a large community. Sfasai, my lips, loy echla, won't cease to praise you. She says. Usually, when people are speaking b'kol rav, they prepare what they want to say. And everybody else may praise them, but they're not coming home praising. It says, Bisarti tzedek b'kol rav sfasai loy echla. I'm blown away. I'm like, wow, Hashem, that was incredible. That was so moving. That was so powerful. Sfasai loy echla. Why? Because you were just a channel. If you're a channel of the Dvar Hashem, the first one who's moved and transformed is you yourself. Tnu lachem moifes. So I told the Chevra, I was talking to myself and to everybody else, I said, the first rule, the first klal in teaching, communicating is Tnu lachem moifes. You should be blown away. It's like, wow, that was amazing, because it wasn't you. You were just a channel. If it was just you, creating an act and you're not even there, you're just presenting, then Pare says, I have enough of these. I have enough of the chtafes nicht. Tnu lachem moifes. That's where it becomes something experiential. And you see today, that's what everybody, these words of Parai are really Hashem's words. It's Hashem quoting Parai. It's Tnu Lachem Moifes. Stop giving me packaged information. Don't give me packaged information. Tnu Lachem Moifes. I want you to be blown away by what you're saying. The first one to be inspired is you. That means you're not giving me packaged information. You're channeling real energy. If you're channeling real energy from the source, then you're the first one to be overwhelmed. You won't stop praising it. You come home and say, wow, that was incredible. That was life-changing. Really? Why? You said it yesterday. You didn't say it yesterday. It's the Dvar Hashem coming through you. There was once a Yud Shevat Farbrengen, actually 60 years ago, Yud Shevat Tavshin Chafei, 1965. It's before my days, but I heard it on the recording. So the Rebbe, the Farbrengen, said a story. He said that there was the Rebbe Rayat, the Balei Lula, asked all the Chassidim to write their memories from their youth. So he says, one of the people who wrote down his Zechronos, he was living then in Melbourne, Australia, his name was Harav Reb Mordechai HaKoyen Perlov. He was a Rav in Australia, in Melbourne, and he learned by the Rebbe Rashab in Lubavitch, and he wrote down his memories, and he sent them to the Rebbe later. They were printed in a sefer, it's called Likutei Sipurim. So the Rebbe, the Farbrengen of Yud Shevat, said over one of the stories that he shared. And one of the stories is that when he learned in the city of Lubavitch in Belarus by the Rebbe Rashab, there was a mashpia there. His name was Reb Michal Bliner. They called him Reb Michal the Alter, Reb Michal the Old One, or Reb Michal Nevler, because he came from Neville. And the Rebbe said that to understand who he was, you have to understand that he was already old and weak and sick, and he couldn't teach anymore. And the financial situation was dire. So they suggested that he should be, maybe they give him a severance pay, but, it's he's not doing his job. They shouldn't give him the same salary. So the Rebbe Rashab said they should pay him the same salary, because just for the Bachram to see him, to look at him is Shen Kedai, even though that salary should be given to a teacher and he can't teach anymore, but just to look at him, to see him in the yeshiva is already Kedai the whole salary. So the Rebbe was trying to explain who he was. So he said, Perlov wrote, Reb Mordechai Perlov wrote that Reb Michal Bliner would speak to the Bachram. And he would say, as Malern Chassidus, alas nir zayin v'fremde brivlach. It shouldn't be like letters of a stranger. And he said, what does he mean? So he told a story. In the olden days, in the Shtetlach, there were Jews who owned kretschmas. They owned inns, Motel 6s, like motels. And people would stay there, and they would give brunfen and vodka and scotch to the Russian and Polish peasants. This was a big parnasa for Jews in the 18th, in the 16th and 17th and 18th and 19th century. It's called kretschmas, like little inns. Yeah. The original version of Airbnb or Motel 6 or whatever it is. These Jews, some of them were very good people and innocent and Yirei Shamayim, they were God-fearing, but they were illiterate. They didn't have an education. So together they would hire a malamed, they would hire a teacher to teach their children, they would find some place in the middle, and the kids would go every morning and they would learn with this malamed and they would pay him and then he would go home for Yom Tov. This was a very common thing. They were called Yeshuvnikas, like Jews who lived in these small little towns. They didn't have big communities, and they would hire a teacher to come, and the kids from all around would meet in some center, and that's what they would learn. One of the jobs of these teachers was to read the letters that came, because they didn't know how to read. They were illiterate, so they would read. So the Rebbe said that Michal Bliner, that Michal the Alter, that Michal Neville told a story that one of these teachers were hired, and one of the kretschmas, the Jews owning the inn, said he got a letter if he could read it for him, because he can't read. So the teacher started to read the letter. As he starts reading the letter, the Yeshuvnik, the Jew in the inn who heard the letter, fainted. They fainted. What happened? He read in the letter that his father, the father of the Jew who owned the inn, passed away. He said, he passed away. He was very close to his father. So he heard that his father died, he fainted. So the Michal, the Alter, says to the boys in the yeshiva, and the Rebbe is saying this over at the Farbrengen, he says, ich verstehe nicht. The teacher, the Malamed, was reading the actual letter. He had access to the information. The one who owned the kretschma was just hearing the information from the teacher. So the teacher was much closer to the source. So the teacher should have fainted. But the teacher didn't faint. Who fainted? The one who owned the inn, who didn't even have access to the letter, couldn't even read it. Why? It doesn't make sense. So the Michal said the answer is, weil das ist sein Tate, because it's his father. The teacher was reading a letter about somebody else's father. He read it, he understood it, but faint, he didn't faint. This person, he didn't have the information directly, but it was his father, and he loved his father, and he fainted. So the Rebbe said, what's the lesson from this? He says, there's people who learn Chassidus. They learn and learn and learn. Aber sinir zayin tata. He's learning about somebody else's father. So he may be the greatest expert. He knows the material as a grace of maskell. He understands the Maimonim. He knows how to read it. He knows how to teach it. He knows how to explain it. Aber sinir zayin tata. It's not his father. There's somebody else who's remote. He doesn't have access to the source. He doesn't even know how to read it. You give him the Maimah, he looks at it, he says, I don't know what you're talking about. But when he hears it, he knows that it's about him. And therefore it affects him. So the Rebbe was saying to the Chassidim, this is Yud Shevat Farbrengen, he says, there's people, they master, they know everything. But one thing they don't know, that it's talking about them. So he says, they have all the information and they could teach the information to everybody else. But loy naga v'loy paga. It's completely not effective. It's completely ineffective because the one piece is missing. It's nothing to do with me. Nothing to do. It's not embodied. It's not in visceral. It's not in my nervous system. It's all abstract. It's all remote. It's all about somebody else's father. He says, when you're learning Chassidus, daf man wissen, as zayin tata, avinu shabashamayim, says zayin tata, it's yours. It's intimate. It's your soul. It's your body. It's inside of you. And that's a completely different experience. Completely different experience. Tnu lachem ma'ifah. Stop preaching. Stop preaching Judaism. Stop preaching. It's a whole generation that grew up on preaching and more preaching and more preaching and more preaching. The question is if the speech is this professional, that professional, how many jokes, how many stories. Tnu lachem ma'ifah. I want if it should be a moifas, you should go away. You should go away transformed. And then it's a completely different experience. When the Moshe Leib Sasever, he put the niggin inside their souls. And this is essentially what Chassidus, what the Baal Shem Tov, what the Alter Rebbe, what the Rebbe Rayatz, what the Rebbe tried to accomplish, not to teach people a niggin, to implant the niggin in their hearts. The moment it's in your heart, then in the right time, you'll come. The musicians show up. Why? Because it's inside of them. You know, by the Shira, it says there's three opinions how the Shira worked. Parshas B'Shalach in the Saita. One opinion is that Moshe said the Shira, everybody repeated after him. It was just repeating. Another opinion is Moshe started off, and then they finished. The third opinion is that Nehemiah, that everybody, was sagst du? One opinion is that Moshe Rabbeinu said, and they repeated to him, they repeated, they didn't, the first opinion is Moshe said the Shira in Mesechus Saita. And they did what's it called, the middle of a niggin, they did the chorus. So Moshe said, Ashir L'Hashem v'yem l'leimer, he said, Ashir L'Hashem. Sus v'reich v'nam v'yam, Ashir L'Hashem. Azi v'zim v'yam, Moshe did the whole Shira, they just did Ashir L'Hashem. The second opinion is, Moshe did the Shira and they repeated after him word for word. The third opinion of Nehemiah is Moshe started and they did the whole thing on their own. But they all did the same thing. So it was once Farbrengen, Yud Aleph Shvat Memches, that this I was there in 1988, that I've explained the three shittas. The first shit is that it was Moshe said the shit. The Jews just said, we're in, Ashir L'Hashem. The second shit is they repeated after Moshe, it became there. The third shit of Nehemiah is Meloshen Nechama, Menachem, Meloshen Nechama, Nechamtonu. He said Moshe started and they did the whole thing on their own. Because it became theirs. It became their niggin. It became their niggin. Yeah. That's the real thing. The real thing is it becomes your song. And then even when Moshe is not there, he's not doing the shira, they're all singing the same song because they found the song of Moshe inside of themselves. That's the real inyan. You know, to find that song in yourself. Once you find the song in yourself, it's a whole different thing. And then everybody will sing the same song because the song of Moshe is inside their hearts. So that's Tnu Lachem Moifes, right? I want to, Moshe and Aaron, I know, I'm a king, I know how the tricks work. Ken Dominion. So this is mamish what you see now. Yeah, what's the search? Everybody's searching. What are they seeking? Through lechem oifes. The whole generation of giving speeches, of telling people they should. It's done. Chasal Siddur Pesach. It's finished. You can officially say Kaddish on that. So love, it's not working. Why is it not working? Not because everybody is spoiled. Because Vos is on Aleph. You're looking for a relationship. Relationship means it's all internal. Everything is real. It's authentic. It's your own heartbeat. You can't forge that. It's not something you could preach. Don't make me another kishef, another good rasha that's going to be impressive. It's not working. Why is it not working? It's not working because kshafim atamevi l'mitzrayim. Well, you're going to teach me how to do magic? Pari says, I've been doing this for years. We're experts on this. So we have been experts for many, many, many years on presenting something very beautiful for other people. And suddenly everybody's surprised that a lot of the kids are not buying into it. A lot of the bacham are not buying into it. What happened? It's so talented. It's so nice. It's so geschmack. I want to see if you're blowing away. If you're blowing away, it's a different Inyan. In other words, how authentic is it? How much has the niggin permeated your own soul, your own identity, your own Inyan? And that's the whole Inyan of learning Chassidus. Learning Chassidus is not reading a letter about somebody else's father. If it's not going to be yours, if it's not going to be internalized, it's not going to do much. The same is true with education. We educate our children, we educate our students. The first person you have to educate is yourself. If you educate yourself, you'll be able to educate everybody else. By osmosis, you'll radiate your light, and this is it. Tnu lachem oifes. It should blow you away. Don't talk to me about davening, and don't talk to me about learning, and don't talk to me about Shabbos, and don't talk about mitzvahs. Let God live through you. If you become a channel for Ein Sof, everybody will feel it. They'll feel it. You won't even have to say anything. You won't even have to say anything. They'll experience it. But let's face it, this is the hardest thing because it's not about anybody else. This is all internal. That's what the Rebbe Rashab told his Jew. You're not a lamplighter. You don't see lamps because you're not a lamplighter. You're not worked out. So go inside yourself and find your bliss, find your joyful presence. Once you find your joyful presence, you'll radiate it. It's who you are. There was a Jew who once told me many years ago, he said, I want you to know, Rabbi Wai, that there's only one sermon you will give in your life. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not true. There's a lot of different sermons. He says, there's only one, the way you live. The way you live is the only sermon you'll give in your life. Yeah, you'll give a lot of different drashas, shiurim, it's all nice. But the only real sermon you'll give is the way you live. And this is true. It's true. Because everything else is just a presentation, which is fine. It's nice. Tnu lachem oifes. The niggin inside, the niggin inside. The niggin inside it's your niggin. It's your dvekas. It's your Aleph. And the more that's alive, the more that's present, it gets radiated, and then people around you see, das is a niggin. So that's what Moshe Leib Sassover wanted, It's their niggin. They were all moved, but the musicians come. People ask, it's Yud Shevat, 75 years from the Ptid of the Rebbe Rayatz. It's more than, it's Tafshin und Daled, Gimel Tammuz is how many years ago? It was 30, Nun Daled, Samot Al Dayan Daled, 31 years. Yeah? But the emes is that tzaddikim who reveal the niggin in each person's soul, it gets stronger every year. If it's copying somebody else's song, so with time it gets weaker and weaker. But if it's the niggin that's in the neshama and they ignited that niggin, so every year you get more and more and more. That's why it grows more and more and more. It doesn't become weak. It doesn't decline. Fakert, it becomes stronger and stronger every year. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. understand? Was it a good presentation? It's true, this is true. As somebody who speaks a lot, trust me, this is true. Niti Yosef Kamaisa, yeah. Niti Yosef Kamaisa. There was a Yid I knew, you probably heard his name, Reb Mendel Futefas. Reb Menachem Mendel Futefas. I remember in Shoshana they would give him an aliyah in 770. So the lamplighter would call him up, Yam Reb Menachem Mendel, Ben Reb Menachem Mendel, because he was born, his father passed away when his mother was pregnant with him. So he was named after his father. He was a Jew who grew up in Russia, in the Soviet Union, before the Soviet Union, in the Soviet Union, and he was in Syria for I think more than 10 years. He survived the Gulag. I already knew him as an elderly man when he came out of Russia, and he used to come. He lived in Eretz Yisrael, but he would come for Tishrei. He would come to New York, and he spent, as I said, a decade or even more in Siberia. And he was a very interesting person. He was very charismatic. He was very wise. He was an intelligent. He was sharp, and he had a lot of common sense. And he went through a lot in life. He was a mashpia in the yeshiva in Kfar Chabad in Temchet Tmimim, but he would come to New York, and he liked Farbrengen, and he had a good sense of humor. He didn't take himself so seriously. It was very geschmack to talk to him. He was a very delightful conversationalist. And he used to love telling stories from his years in Siberia and the Gulag. He had a lot of stories. So the Mendel once shared the following story. He had very interesting stories. He was a very intelligent person. And he had a lot of wisdom of life, as you say. Wisdom, a person who experiences life. So he once shared a very interesting story. He said that there was once a person in the Gulag in Siberia. Nobody could escape. You couldn't escape. It was impossible. One person came over to him and said, "Tomorrow I'm escaping. And I want you to pray for me. I want you to daven for me." This was a Russian peasant who's going to escape. So he says, how are you going to escape? He says, "I've been working for months on making a hole in one of the fences, but it's unnoticeable. And I'm going to be able to crawl out and leave." But he said, "They'll shoot you immediately." He says, "There's 60 seconds when the guards change. So the first group leaves, the second group leaves. There's 60 seconds that they're not looking, and I'm going to run." He says, "Yeah, but there's dogs everywhere. I mean, it's impossible." He said, "It's all arranged. All I want from you is don't tell a word to anybody, because I'll kill you if you say anybody, but I need you to pray for me." Okay. So the Mendel said he was very curious, like how this guy's going to pull it off. And tomorrow, he made sure to stand there, on the right time. He wanted to see. And indeed, there was the change of the guards, and he had this hole in the fence that he made, you could push and get through. And at that moment, he crawled through, and he ran. He ran to the forest. Immediately, there were dogs that were trained for this. They began chasing, and these dogs, they weren't nice dogs, nice puppies here in Muncie. They caught you, they mauled you, you were done. Is Gadalvi, is Kadash, he called the Chavra Kaddish. And Mendel sees he's running, and the dogs are chasing. And as they're chasing him, he takes out a steak from one pocket and a steak from another pocket, and he throws it to the dogs. And the dogs jump on the steaks. It was good steaks, and he runs into the forest. A few seconds later, the guards notice what's happening. They see dogs running and eating steak, and they're all out of the fence. And he says the main nachalnik, the main prison warden, takes his gun, and he shoots both dogs dead. Both dogs dead. And the guy escaped. The Mendel realized that this man had it all prepared. He had his escape route. He had the steaks to give to the dogs so they won't maul him. He said after a while he was curious, and he was speaking to the prison warden. And he says, "I have a question. I was there and I saw that you shot the dogs. These dogs were trained to protect the prison and to make sure nobody escapes. Why did you shoot them?" So the man says to him, he says, "These dogs, you know how much money we put into them? You know how many resources? You know how many years of training for one purpose? And that is that when a prisoner escapes, they should maul him, they should kill him, they should eat him up, they should destroy him and tear him to pieces." So he says, "You put in so much money, so many resources, why did you kill them?" He says, "When I saw that the steak can distract them, I said, they're worthless. All their training was worthless. If the steak can distract them, I'm done with them. I don't need them. I shot them dead. These are not the dogs I need." So the Mendel was talking to the yeshiva bacher. And he said, the guy looks at the guy, he says, "We put so much money." He says, "But they were trained for one purpose. This is the purpose. And they lost it. The steaks distracted them. They're worthless. I don't need them. Dead." So the Mendel turned to the yeshiva bacher and he said like this. He said, people go through a lot of training in life. Everything you go through in life is training. And it's training for a moment. There's going to be a moment that all your training was for that moment. And if that moment somebody drops a piece of steak, and that's what you go after, he says, it's all levatala. It was all for that moment. He told the Bachim, he says, don't lose sight. That's the moment. That was your moment. Don't allow the steak to distract you. That was the lesson that this chassid learned from that moment. And it was a very, very powerful lesson. I didn't hear it directly from Reb Mendel, but this is the story that he said. I saw it printed or written or heard, whatever, I don't remember. What's the point? The point is, every person in life is training. We don't realize how we're being trained, but that's what life is. Every experience you go through is another part of the training of your soul to be able to achieve your mission. But when that moment comes, don't let the steak distract you. What happens is, there comes the moment, and nobody knows what that moment looks like. Nobody prepares us. The Baal Shem Tov says that a neshama comes down for 70, 80 years to do a favor for one Jew, begashmias, and especially beruchnias, physically and especially spiritually. I once heard from Reb Moshe Ketlarsky, Zechrayna Levracha, he said that there was once the Lubavitch Rebbe came out of his house on President Street, and he was walking to Shul, to 770, it was a few blocks. And a Jew came over to him and started to talk to him. And the Bachrim came over to this Jew and what are you disturbing the Rebbe? Why are you distracting the Rebbe? And they got very upset at him. And so he wrote to the Rebbe and he apologized because they gave him all this mussar. So the Rebbe wrote that the Rebbe said, first of all, I don't understand who gave the Bachrim a right to be there. They were supposed to be in yeshiva during Seder. So they were supposed to be learning. So I don't know why they were there, B'chla. That's the number one. Number two, he says the Baal Shem Tov said a neshama comes down to the world to do a favor for another Jew. Maybe this is why my neshama came down to the world. How do they know? So what? I don't know why people are mixing into this. So the Rebbe looked at it. So he can help a Yid. Some Jew on President Street that stopped him. Why the Bachrim telling me what I should do, what I shouldn't do? How do they know why my neshama came down to the world? But every person's life, it's all training. We don't know how the training works. And then there comes the moment, you understand? The Mendel said, this guy said, these dogs, they lost it. Was ein Hint. He said, verscholtene Hint. They're cursed dogs, I'm going to shoot them. They don't deserve to live. So in every person's life, you have to know that there's that moment. And it's very easy. The steak gets dropped, and I could run after the steak. Now, I don't mean necessarily steak. Sometimes it's like a steak. But sometimes the steak is a little more subtle. It's a little more sophisticated. And the person completely loses sight of what the tachlis is at that moment. Today also, it's a moment in history now. Yud Shevat Tovshin Pei. It's not simple times. It's a moment in history. And it's very easy to get distracted by this piece of steak, that piece of steak. And the steak doesn't necessarily, it's not called steak. It could be called even spiritual things. But the person gets distracted from what their mission is, what their shlichus is. Mi yodeya im la'es kazois, higat lamalchus. And what is that in a person's life? You need to know what your mission is and not to forfeit it, not to run away from it. We learned today in the morning, we were learning a Maim in Parshas B'Shalach in Torah Eir. So the Alter Rebbe says there that B'chol Tchiyah Tchiyah. Sometimes there's a moment that comes to you. It's a thought. It's a craving. It's a taiva. It's anxiety. It's depression. It's laziness. It's sluggishness. It's jealousy. It's hatred. It's being overwhelmed. But it's the animal soul taking you away from who you really are. And he said the person has to know that b'chol tchiyah tchiyah, that ability to be able to say, I'm not going to fall prey to this piece of steak, whatever that means in my life, and I'm going to stay true to my divine soul. So he says, this is Mesidus Nefesh. Ki mali kotla kula, mali kotla palga. The Gemara says in Mabakama, it's talking about over there Nezikin. What's the difference if you kill it completely or you kill it halfway? So the Rebbe says Mesidus Nefesh doesn't necessarily mean that I die, I sacrifice my life. It could mean that this one taiva, this one craving I put in its place and I don't fall prey to it, that's Mesidus Nefesh. Ki mali kotla kula, mali kotla palga. You don't know what Mesidus Nefesh. Mesidus Nefesh doesn't necessarily look like this grandiosa, you sacrifice your whole life. You have those people. And they're completely unique, Enkol beri yechel lamed b'mechitzos and haruge lut. But he says, Mali katla kula, Mali katla palga means it's one thought you're dealing with. You can get angry, you could remain centered. You can get jealous, you could remain true. You could be overwhelmed and explode and implode and detach and numb yourself and distract yourself and, go into hibernation. And instead you choose to be present, to be real, to be authentic, to be divine. You just took your soul and you gave it to the source. You came back to the source. So the Rebbe says, Eilecha Hashem nafshi yesed, this is Mesidus Nefesh. And it's moment by moment. They throw stakes every moment. Sometimes it's a steak, sometimes it's a ragula, sometimes it's pasta, sometimes it's money, sometimes it's power, sometimes it's anxiety. Anxiety is also steak. Sometimes the best steak in the world, keeps you overwhelmed. Baruch Hashem, you're overwhelmed. You don't have to deal with anything. Anxiety is sometimes the biggest steak, but it's a clip, it's a shell. It keeps you away from reality, away from life. The base of anxiety is. Wie sagt man anxiety auf Yiddish? Nerven. It's judgmentalism, it's ungezeugen, yeah, very good. But it's all not being in dvekus, not being present right here, right now, as a channel. I can't be a lamplighter because my light is not ignited. So it's a piece of steak. We all have, the animal soul looks for steak. Here's the steak, here's the steak, here's the steak. Everything to take me away from presence. What's presence? Presence is the frequency of vulnerability, of surrender, of trust, and of right now being a channel of everything. And it has sophisticated ways of taking me away from it. Because there's always something going on. There's always a piece of steak I can devour. So you would tell the Bachram, don't be like those dogs. You were trained. Rise up to the moment. Rise up to the moment and be the person you were chosen to be. Become the best version of yourself. And when you do this, it's sometimes it's literally dealing with one thought. It doesn't look very dramatic necessarily. It's not dramatic. But inside of you, it's victory. And why is it victory? It's victory because you chose presence over absence, life over death, connection over disconnection, attachment over disattachment. I don't know if I just made up a word. Detachment. Attachment over detachment. And it's right here, right now with the person you're looking at. That he's matche, this superficial coping mechanism that takes me away from dveikus. And by the way, one of the greatest temptations is, don't take it so seriously, just be cynical. But that's another piece of steak. And what's the proof? The proof is in the pudding. The proof in the pudding is that you're absent. You're not alive. You're not joyous. You're not present. L'chaim. May we know the difference between the steak and the mission. And it's not the same, even if the steak is very rich. I have nothing against steak. I like steak. Huh? But you understand what the steak represents. So the Nachalnik said, Afa Scholten Hund, All the money I put into him was l'shav lehav v'ladik. Huh? Yeah, Reb Mendel would say it, huh? Yeah. Huh? L'chaim. Every moment you can get easily distracted. Boom, you're off, you're gone, you're offline. Verstehst? Huh? What? That's true, we don't know what's going to be. Part of being present is that we're very vulnerable. We don't know what's going to be. It's giving up control, that's true. The animal soul wants to control everything. So every relationship, if you come into the room, I need to control what's happening. So I need to know what's going to happen and how I should respond. But inside the nefesh is you don't have to control anything. You could just be present and be vulnerable and be in a relationship. But that's the only way to be in a relationship. To be in a relationship means my heart is open. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not closing it. I'm not going to control you. So it's very difficult. It's scary. But it's only scary when we don't master the art of surrender. Once you master the art of surrender, of bittul, then it's the only way to live. Everything else is just looking for pieces of steak. It's just distractions. Verstehst du, was ich sage? Verstehst, ja? Der Jacobson hat verstanden der Meinheit. Too well, huh? Too well. Chabad niggin? What's the name of the niggin? You know the name of it? Chaim. yes, ich gewinne Lebedik. Ich meine, sie gewinne jemand Lebedik, ja. Ja, ja, ich weiß. In Parshas B'Shalach, which we read today, so the expression that the Pasuk uses the term that when the sea split, when the Yamsuf split, Vayavoyu b'nei Yisrael b'soich hayam b'yabasha. The Bnei Yisrael, the children of Yisrael, came in b'soich hayam. They came into the Yam, but it was b'yabasha, it was dry land. At the end of the story, it says, "Uvnei Yisrael holchu b'yabasha b'toich hayam." And we also say it in the morning in the Shira before Yishtabach. Say Kivasus Pare Berichbe Farasha Bayam Vayashva Hashem Alem Es Me'ayam Uvnei Yisrael Holchu Bayabasha B'Seichayam. So in the beginning of the story, it's Vayavayu B'nei Yisrael B'Seichayam Bayabasha. They came into the Yam, but it was Bayabasha. They came into the sea, but it was dry land. At the end of the story, it's Uvnei Yisrael Holchu Bayabasha B'Teichayam. They came into dry land, but it was in the Yam. It's the same story. Why change the order? It's a very strong question. So in the Sefer Noam Elimelech, he says something very powerful. He says the beginning of the story is Vayavoyu b'nei Yisrael b'sech hayam bayabasha. They came into the Yam, which became dry land. They went into the sea. But the sea wasn't a regular sea. When you walk into the sea, you can't breathe. Here it was bayabasha. But what was the purpose? The purpose of it was Uvnei Yisrael holchu bayabasha b'tei hayam. The purpose of it was afterwards. After they came out and they're walking on dry land, they should be able to experience the consciousness that when you're walking by Yabasha, it's also b'tei hayam. When you're walking on dry land, it's also like you're walking in the sea. In other words, the whole purpose of Kriyas Yamsuf, of the splitting of the sea, wasn't just the splitting of the sea. The great miracle that you could walk inside the sea and it's dry land. That's a beautiful thing, but that's just a few minutes. The real purpose is Uvnei Yisrael halchu bayabasha b'tei hayam. Even when the sea comes back and you're walking on dry land, it should be b'tei hayam. You should experience it as though you're walking in the sea. The ability to be able to walk on dry land and to know that this is exactly the same miracle like walking in the sea. Because just the fact that you're walking and there's ground under your feet, l'roika ha'aretz al hamayim ki lo'elam chazda. We take for granted, I'm walking on the ground, what's the big deal? Why not? I'm not walking in the sea. Kriyas Yamsuf just showed them the truth of reality. Don't take anything for granted. Walking in the sea is a miracle, and walking by Yabasha is not a miracle. What has to happen for there to be earth that's formed, that's under your ground, that's solid, that you could walk on? It's exactly the same miracle like Kriyas Yamsuf. That's what the Noam Elimelech says. The whole tachlis was that afterwards, you're walking by Yabasha, it should be b'tei hayam. Don't take it for granted. It's the same mess. Remember, there was a Jew, his name is Pesach Mordechai Himmelman, Peter Himmelman. He's a son-in-law of Bob Dylan. So he shared with me once, he's a Baal Tshuva for my brother, my older brother. So he shared with me once that when he started to come to class, my brother would give a class every Wednesday night in his house. The early 1980s, and he would come, and he was very, very secular. He's from the world of rock and roll. He was a rock and roll player. His father-in-law is Bob Dylan. Very, very secular Jew. So he shared with me once that right when he started to come, he came to my brother's house, and he was learning over there, and he was extremely cynical. So in my brother's house, there was a picture of the Rebbe, a painting. So he asked him, why do you have this painting? So he said, just like a person has a painting of a picture of a grandfather, or a father, or a mother, whatever. It's family, and it's people you love, and they touch you. So he says, this is a picture of the Rebbe, he's a tzaddik, and it inspires me. See, Peter Himmelman told this to me. So he said, I was very cynical. So I said, oh, you probably believe that he knows how to fly, right? He could fly, yeah? That's probably what you think. So he says, your brother told me, he says, I don't know if he could fly, I'm not sure. But what I do know is that when he walks on the ground, for him it's the same miracle like if you would be flying. He considers it as miraculous as flying. Peter said, he said that transformed him. So the Vnei Yisrael halchu bayabasha b'tei hayam. Kriyas Yamsuf is Kriyas Yamsuf. It's a gewaldige inyan. But the real purpose was that the Yabasha is the same miracle as b'tei hayam. What does this mean in a person's life? There's moments in every person's life where there's a flow of inspiration. It's a moment of what you would call a moment of coherence, where everything converges into one. It's a Kriyas Yamsuf. Alma de Escasia opens up, and you see what's under the water, what's a concealed world, which you usually don't see. There are such moments in life. But then the water, Vayashav Hayam La'isonei, things come back to regular, and you're not walking in seas, you're walking on dry land. The purpose of Kriyas Yamsuf is not the splitting of the sea. That's a special moment of grace. It's afterwards. The water comes back. You're walking by Yabasha. Can you still be in the state, realize it's b'toich hayam. And in a person's life, what that means is there are moments of grace, there's moments of special revelation, where you have every person in their own life, they have a kriyas yams of things open up, and you could see what's behind everything, and you could see your coping mechanisms, and you could see what's in your subconscious. Especially people, who have worked on themselves and gone on different healing journeys, and they see kriyas yamsuf, the sea opens up, and you see what's been hidden, what's underground, what's under the water. And it's a very special moment because it's a moment of clarity. But at some point, the water comes back, and everything gets covered up again. And many people at that moment, that's when they lose it. Vayavoyu b'nei Yisrael b'soich hayam b'yabasha is all. So it should be b'nei Yisrael halchu b'yabasha b'toich hayam. You come back to Yabasha. You're walking. It's a regular world. It's dry land. Nobody's splitting the sea. You're not inside of Alma Discassia. You're in your regular position. People around you are making their conventional comments. To be able to be walked by Yabasha b'toich hayam. That's really where the avodah is. The avodah Hashem is that when I come back to my regular, ordinary self, regular days, regular responsibilities, there's no drama, there's no action, there's no splitting of the sea. But that's where the real kriyas yamsuf is. Or what Chassidus calls dira b'tachtonim. To embody it in your regular life, in your body, in your nervous system, in your home, in your kitchen, in your dining room, in your living room, in your regular day-to-day relationships. That's where it really happens. That's where it counts. Because that's where integration is. That's where it's real. Everything else, there's moments, great, enjoy it, celebrate it. But what the key is, we spoke many times, the Rambam says in Hilchos Avodas Yom Kippurim, that the end of Yom Kippur, right? The Rambam says that the Kohen Gadol takes off his clothes, v'yoytzi lebeisa, he goes home. So the Rebbe once asked, why is that in the Rambam? I mean, what's the halacha of v'yoytzi lebeisa? You should go bowling? I mean, so Yom Kippur, he goes to the pizza shop. I mean, where should he go? Where should he go to a restaurant? Yeah, v'yoytzi lebeisa, he goes home. The Rambam puts it into Hilchos Avodas Yom Kippurim, it's a halacha. The halacha is that at the end of Yom Kippur, you have to go home. What if the Kohen doesn't want to go home? He wants to go to his sister's house. He wants to go to his mother's house. He wants to sit in the Beis Medrash. He wants to go to Lishkas Hagazes and learn the Gemara for a few hours. Maseches Sukkah. What's a shlach? So the Rambam says it's part of Hilchos Avodas Yom Kippurim. V'yoytzi lebeisa. He goes home. Not stam. Where else should he go? It's a halacha. It's a halacha after Yom Kippur. You have to go home. And it's the hardest halacha of Yom Kippur. Go home. Because when he comes home, his wife didn't tell him, wow, you were amazing today. His wife said, take out the garbage. There's the garbage here from you were away 7 days. Nobody took out the garbage for 7 days. Take out the garbage. And by the way, Yankee has the flu, and Dvori has been screaming a whole Yom Kippur. Put them to sleep. They need a bath. They haven't had a bath in 7 days. Kohen Gadol looks at her and says, I'm coming from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. The whole place is enamored by me. V'yoytzi lebeisa is the hardest part of Yom Kippur. It's by Yabasha. Take out the garbage. And that's where many people lose the plot. They're like, I don't need this. I'm in the Holy of Holies. The whole Klal Yisrael is celebrating me. The Rebbe once said, how do you know the Yom Kippur was a real Yom Kippur? As if you could take it home. How do you know the Yom Kippur was a real Yom Kippur? The Kohen Gadol was in Kodesh HaKadoshim, if you could bring it home. Ein Kiddush ela b'makom su'uda. There's a Chassidish Shavart, which says Ein Kiddush ela b'makom su'uda. You have to make Kiddush where you're going to eat. Everybody knows if you make Kiddush in Shul, and then you come home, you have to make Kiddush again. Unless you start eating in Shul. You have to make Kiddush in the Makom Su'uda. It's a Gemara in Pesachim, and it's a din in Shulchan Aruch. It says in Chassidish Sfarim, the Pshat is Ein Kiddush ela b'makom su'uda. The only Kedusha that counts is the Kedusha that's in the place of the meal. For some people, the Kiddush is Kiddush, I'm holy. But now comes the meal, now I'm an animal. In Shul, I scream, Nagdisha, Kadosh, Kadosh, Keser. Now you're at home. Now it's time to eat. What's the connection? Now he's a shark. He goes to the office. He's a shark. He goes to his kitchen. He screams like a nut job. Ein kiddush ela b'makom suda. The only kedusha that is considered real kedusha in Yiddishkeit is if it's makom suda. If it informs, if it enlightens the place of the meal. If the meal is not informed by the kiddush, if there's a disconnection between the kiddush and makom suda, it's not kiddush. We don't believe in holiness that is heavenly, that is detached. Va'anshe kodesh tiyulni, it says in Parshas Mishpatim. We're going to learn in a few weeks. Va'anshe kodesh. So the Kotzker Rebbe said, so sein menschliche kedusha. Va'anshe kodesh. You should be people of holy. It should be a human holiness. What does this mean? In every person's life, you could learn, you could daven, you could learn even chassidus, tzimtzum shalai kipshutai, kayach habli gvul, kayach hagvul. It's right here, right now. But then, that's all kriyas yamsuf. It's a shir, you're high, you're in ecstasy. And then you come home and you get a Kabbalah's Panim. You know what type of Kabbalah's Panim you get? What's called a Misha Beirach or Kel Malei Rachamim. And everything gets forgotten. Why? Because you're dealing with a different reality. And then all the insecurities of a person come to the fore and it's all over. You get triggered by your wife, by your husband, by your son, by your daughter, by your co-worker, by your partner, by your employee. And now it's tzimtzum kipshutai. The whole tzimtzum is kipshutai. It's good for the shir. Tzimtzum shalei kipshutai is good for the shir. There's no tzimtzum. Very nice. Now it's tzimtzum kipshutai. Varaya, you look in yourself. You see how triggered you are. So this is the whole inyan. This is the moment. Vayavoyu b'nei Yisrael holchu bayabosha b'tei chaya. It's not kriyas yamsov. No sea split. It's as dry as it gets. But the whole purpose of the learning was all for this moment. That when you're walking by Abasha in dry land, v'yoytzi lebeisa, you're home, you're not in Kodesh HaKadosh. Whatever that means. To be able to know that now is Tzimtzum Shalei Kipshutai. This is the moment. This is the real thing. And it's difficult, it's challenging. Because to be able to be present in this moment, there seems to be so many concealments. And it's difficult, it's hard. There's grief here, there's pain. But when a person can work this through and remain present and realize that this is the moment, you know, don't run to the stakes. Don't run. Don't be the dog that forgets everything. Right here, Mali Katla Kula, Mali Katla Palga. Mesidus Nefesh is right here, right now. It's a word from the Baal Shem Tov. My son showed it to me, Mendel showed it to me. Baal Shem Tov says sometimes the whole Avodas Hashem is dealing with one machshava. All of Avodas Hashem is sometimes dealing with one thought. What's the big deal? One thought, who cares? But that's what it is. It's dealing with one thought, literally. One thought comes into your brain, dealing with that thought. That's where your Avodas Hashem is. In an hour, maybe the Avodah is going to change, but right now it's dealing with one machshava. The machshava that wants to take you away from presence, wants to take you away from love, wants to take you away from connection, wants to take you away from attachment, wants to take you away from the knowledge and the conviction that you are right now a channel, and it wants to put you in a web of anxiety and distress and being overwhelmed and being angry, etc., which is all normal. Avodas Hashem is dealing with that thought. That's what it is. You say, what's the big deal? Well, this is Avodas Hashem. Avodas Hashem is taking over the world. No, this is the world. This is the world by Abasha b'techayam. This is Kriyas Yamsuf. To know Einoid Mulvada is right here, right now, in this moment, in your heart. V'shachanti b'seicha. The fact that nobody sees it and nobody knows it besides you, that doesn't make it less significant. The moment you realize what infinity is, you realize that 7 billion and 1 is exactly the same Lagabe infinity. So if one doesn't matter, 7 billion also doesn't matter. What matters at 7 billion? One also doesn't matter. And if one matters, and if 7 billion matters, one also matters. So don't say Yud Shevat Farbrengen. I think Tafshin Chafalov. So the Rebbe said that the Rebbe Rayat, the Baal Lula, once said about the Alter Rebbe that he said that he was Doirish Tov La'ama. He cared about Klal Yisrael, but he cared about a Yachid, about an individual. So he said it's Haba Hatalia. How do you know if somebody cares about Klal Yisrael? If they care about one Jew. Because Klal Yisrael is made up of Rebbe Yisraels. It's not made up of, what's Klal Yisrael? Klal Yisrael is one person, another person, another person, another person. If you don't care about one person, what happens? 100 people you do care, 1,000 people you do care, 1,000,000 people you do care. Why? If one person doesn't matter, so why do 1,000,000 people matter? It's just because the picture, because it's nice in the picture. If they really matter, then one person matters. And if they don't matter, it was in the Nuremberg trials after the Holocaust. There's a famous Nuremberg trial. So there was a Nazi, a doctor. So he told the American judge, he said in 1935, when he killed one Jew, he thought it was just one Jew. He didn't think it's going to be 6 million. So the judge told him, the moment you take one innocent life, there's no difference between 1 and 6 million. If one life doesn't matter, so 2 lives do matter, 3, at what point do they matter? 100, 1,000? It's just a picture, it's just a PR. It doesn't look good. Yeah, Stalin once said, 1 death is a tragedy, 1,000,000 deaths is a statistic. The moment it's a statistica, then you lost the plot. So 1 doesn't matter, 2 doesn't matter, 3 doesn't matter, 100 matters. At what point does it matter? Why does it matter? It's just because it's drama, because it's on WhatsApp. So the Rebbe said in Farbrengen, how do you know that somebody cares about the Klal Yisrael? It's about an individual. So it starts with yourself. If you don't matter, so who matters? Your wife matters, your child matters, who matters? Klal Yisrael matters. It starts with your own light. If you don't see the infinite light inside of yourself, so when does it start? When does it start mattering? Either it's real or it's not real. It's true lachem oifus, right? You're inspiring the whole world, but you yourself, I'm worthless. So if you're worthless, when does it become worthwhile? At what point does it become worthwhile? You know, like somebody once said, he said, my mother always served leftovers. We're still looking for the original. Right, I'm doing it so my children should be happy. So they'll do it so their children should be happy. They'll do it that should. At what point does it stop here and say, no, it's for me, it's not. We're doing it for the next generation. We're doing it for the next generation. Where does it stop? Dveikus means right here, right now. Tnu lachem oifus. So vayavoyu b'nei Yisrael b'sei chayam b'yabasha is all. So it should be b'nei Yisrael halchu b'yabasha b'tei chayam. Then when Yotze l'beis, a person comes home, and life is monotonous. Life is predictable. There's no Kriyas Yamsuf always. Kriyas Yamsuf was a moment in history. It was a moment in history to show you who you really are when Kriyas Yamsuf goes back. And you come back, Vayoshav Hayom Le'Sanai. It goes back to the regular system. The whole union of Dirya B'Tachtoina means that in the regular mundane moment, day to day, in your kitchen and in your dining room and in your living room and in your bedroom and in your work, every person, that's where all the action happens. That's Pshat, Dirya B'Tachtoina. Embodiment in your very self. You're drinking a cup of water, and you're eating something, and you're talking to somebody, and you're having a conversation. That's Kriyas Yamsuf. The Yabasha is also B'tei Chayam. And that includes every person also in their own struggles. People struggle. I don't have to explain it to the Olam here. Everyone in their own way. Yeah, it's not always this kriyas yamsov, the splitting of the sea. There's such moments. But then you come back to moments that you're dealing with serious challenges and blockages, and sometimes people who are not on your wavelength. And it becomes very, very difficult. You can go into a despair, you can go into yiush, you can go in chas v'shalom to very negative feelings. Yeah. What does tzimtzum, we learned in the Basil Lagani, Tavshin Chafei, tzimtzum shalai kipshuti, what does that mean? It means right here, right now, keep your heart open. Don't close it. Don't run away. You're right here, right now. Be present. Stay here. Don't numb. Don't judge. Don't escape. Don't fly away. By Abosha, it's the same miracle like B'tei Chayam. Will you fly? I don't know if you'll fly. But walking is the same miracle like flying. And that's where it's at. That's where it happens. Maybe the deeper than the Kohen Gadol being in Kodesh HaKadoshim is his ability to go home. How do you know he was in Kodesh HaKadoshim if he can go home? The ultimate purpose of Kodesh HaKadoshim was that he goes home. He connects. Right here, right now. That's what Einoid Milvade means. Einoid Milvade Dveikus means right here, right now, in this moment. In this relationship. Right? People look for moments, they look for spaces, they look for situations. But the truth is, as Chassidus teaches, there's no greater moment than this moment. This is the most exciting moment you'll ever be in. You'll say, no, next month, next week, next year, in 10 years. No, no, no. This is the most exciting moment you'll ever be in. You know why? Because it's now. And what's the most interesting place you'll ever be in? The place you're in right now. You'll say 24 Shea is not the most interesting place in the world. Right now, it is the most interesting place in the world. Tomorrow you'll be somewhere else. That will be the most interesting place in the world. And who's the most interesting, fascinating person you're going to meet in your life? The person you're talking to right now. You'll say the person I'm talking to right now, with all due respect, ain't the most interesting person in life. But that's all a distortion. That's running away from reality. That's the opposite of dveikus. If this is the person you're talking to, this is it. You're not going to find greater than this. There's a Slonim Vart. It's a Vart from the Slonim. I'm thinking about Avram Slonim. It says in the Haggadah, "Mitchila oivdei avodah zarah hayu aveseinu, v'achshav kirvanu hamakam la'avodasei." And in the beginning, in the past, our forefathers were idolaters. And now Hashem brought us close to his avodah. So he said, a very gewaldige word, mitchila, there's a philosophy of mitchila. It used to be, in the alte Zeiten, fatzaitische Yidden, heidliche Yidden, choshev Yidden. He says, that's oivdei avodah zarah. The philosophy of mitchila is oivdei avodah zarah. It's idolatry. Amol. Va'achshav, the philosophy of now, kervanu amakam lavedase. This means you're close to God. The whole idea mitchila, it used to be, the good old days. There used to be good Jews, holy Jews, sweet Jews. We're all a bunch of losers. That's avodah zarah. Fatzaitische. It's all stories about people that used to exist. They don't exist anymore. A young man once told me that he went to his father. His father would tell him stories. So he said, it's so interesting that all the miracles you talk about all happened before I was born. Why are there no miracles that happened after I was born? All the miracles before. Once I was born, darkness came into the world. What happened? So, am I so bad that when I was born, like the whole world became dark? All your moifsim are before. So I said, what did your father say? He said, this is apikorsis. This is... So he said, and then I realized, that is the apikaitis. And then he checked out completely. It's all his father could tell him. It's apikorsis. So this is mitchila, we live, amol, everything was. That's avodah zarah. Yeah, all of Chassidus is va'achshav. It's all right now. Kirvana makom lav. It's all right here, right now. That's where it is. You say, well, there's nothing going on right now. That's where it all is. Avodah Zarah wants to say there's nothing going on right now. Everything was. Everything was. But that's not where it is. Va'achshav, it's all right here, right now. So you say, where, what, when? Well, me, where, within me? Yeah, that's where it is. Moshe Rabbeinu says, I want to get close to the bush. And Hashem says, take your shoes off your feet, because the place you're standing, that's holy. The place where you're standing is holy. Admas Kodesh. You don't have to go anywhere. Or to put it differently, if you're not going to find the holiness in the place where you're standing, wherever you run, you're not going to find anything. It's all hamakam hashadayim levad maskodesh. I was at some event in the Five Towns, so somebody asked me, there was a guy interviewing, so he said, if you could meet one person in history, who would you like to meet? So I told him myself. I would like to meet myself. He was surprised. I said, that's the truth, because if you don't meet yourself, you could meet everybody. You're not going to meet anybody. If once you meet yourself, you'll be able to meet everybody. If you don't meet yourself, they're all going to be distractions. Going to be another high, another interesting fad, another interesting thing. Oh, I met this one, I met that one. You have to meet yourself. If it's not right here, right now, in you, in your nefesh, so it's going to helfen. People don't like hearing this because they want this, that. That's where it all is. That's where it all is. And if we don't understand that, if we don't feel that, that's where the work is. That's where the work is. If not, everything is false. It's a fake. It's just a distraction. I run to this one, I run here, I run there, I run there. Tzaddik bolir, chacham bolir, makubal bolir, gadol bolir, ich loif. I'm running. Who läufst du? Huh? I understand. I'm also scared, I understand. But that's where it's at. Huh? What's so scary? It's hard, yeah, but that's where it all is. That's where it is. And there's the voice that says, no, there's nothing there, there's nothing there, there's nothing there. And that's where presence is, that's where dvekus is. Emes? Huh? Emes v'yatze v'nachem v'kayim v'yoshem v'nema. It's bayabosh, it's dry land, it's simple dry land. A poshet mitvach, a poshet zuntik, a poshet montik. That's where it's all at. So when the Baal Shem Tov and the Alter Rebbe and the Rebbe taught Tzimtzum Shalokim Pshutim, what did they mean? They meant here, now, in my heart, in your nervous system, in your house, in your soul, in your kitchen, in your dining room, in your family, in your marriage, in your relationships. This is where it is. This is where you could touch the heartbeat of existence. So you say, it's not so exciting. So where are you going to find excitement? In Thailand? In Japan? Where are you going to find it? On your phone, you're going to find it on your phone? Nu, sagt l'chaim a bissel. L'chaim. Huh? From this? What? Ashreinu Matev Chelkei Eyum Manoim Geiralei Eyum Mayafa Ayafa
Naim, Naim, Gaida Leino.
Ma yafa yafa Yerusha say no. Oh ma na yim gaida lay no. Oh ma yafa yafa. Oh ma na yim gaida lay no. Yafa Yerusha say no.
Ashreinu matay chalkeinu manayim geir aleinu Ashreinu manayim geir aleinu Hey, hey, da-da-la-la, da-da-la-la, da-da-la Abba-ya-ya-ya yeah, 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 yeah,